we are live. Welcome back, everybody, to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party found a secret treasure trove. They did a secret little thing, which snagged them quite a lot of goodies. So they're just sitting stacked, incredibly wealthy. And shortly after that, after basically making off like bandits and raising an underwater temple from the bottom of the lake up into the actual shoreline, they kind of like skedaddled their way on out in the middle of the ensuing chaos. They met a mythic hero, by the name of Feldar the Bright, who revealed to them that he was a brass dragon. Brass dragon, which they basically revived from the dead. Now, party is currently traveling in the forests of the Savage Lands. As you leave the city of Lunaria, you continue on your way, making your way forwards through the woods. You head up into the mountain pass, which you find, you see a few carts drive by you, shipping some things along the way. You don't come across any real hassles while you're here. Things are pretty much smooth sailing at this point. While you're heading up, it takes about, I'd say maybe like 3 to 5 days to get over the mountain pass. But once you've made your way over, you can all begin to see the Asterium farming countryside from your descent down the mountainside as you head your way over. You continue down, and you know that the Adventurers Guild is nearby if you wish to pop in. As you make your way to the farming countryside, Eleanor actually does a small stretch. Nice Asterium air. Alright. Well, from here, we could either go towards the coast, and hire a ship to take us to the college, or we could we'd have to head through the actual city itself.
You did say you wanted to avoid this city.
Right.
Yes, I would prefer to avoid it. We haven't finished our expedition, and I do not wish to explain why we've returned on an unfinished job.
Right. And you also said you were going to disguise yourself, so I want to see that.
Eleanor grins. And she does this.
I slay. She's using magic for everything.
What do you expect? She's a wizard.
Wow, but they have
a wizard
doing that. You know.
Yeah, she pulls her cloak over her head, basically covering most of her features. And the features that you can see, they look like elves, like a drow elves, but they're very different from her usual appearance, essentially. She's changed the complete, like, facial structure to look a lot more ugly, and she also looks older.
Dang, she's like 300 now. Lord.
How's this?
I will reserve my judgment until I hear more.
Oh.
Oh, so but like that was inside like it's like a Bob moment. It's like, who's this person? Where did Eleanor go?
Yeah, that's what like I'm gonna roll, and if I roll low,
Where'd we get the old woman?
Who's the old bag?
yeah.
I just want
Grandma
you. I just want a single. Oh, you changed. Okay, I'm on board now. Bub is on board. I love that you rolled that though. That's so in character.
It's just like it just instantly occurred to me.
No, Snacks should make a roll too.
She
I can do
becomes
that.
a stack.
Oh no. Roll the 1. Come
Eleanor
on.
is like a 10 out of 10 Giga Stacy, to be fair.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I'm Bub, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, goddamn lizard.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, he doesn't. Yeah,
So,
no.
Bub, you could tell that it's Eleanor, even though it's a disguise. You're familiar with her enough at this point to kind of
Yeah.
tell. Snacks, though, when he sees you poke your head out, he pokes his head out from inside the cart too, and he actually, you see as he jumps out of the cart, leaps off your shoulder, Gildas, and blade drawn, dreams for Eleanor. Stranger in the cart! Eleanor,
okay.
noticeably, reaches out, grabs Snacks, and like tosses him out off the cart. Cease this at once. There's no way for a kobold to behave. Who is she? Where'd Driver go? Why does she look like that?
The long will speak up. Easy. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna roll charisma because I can. Fuck it. I barely get to use my charisma anyways.
We traded in good driver for weird odd one. Odd driver have bad reflexes. Can't pilot.
Goddamn. Savage.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, okay, Delon will say, like, okay, he's not the best, but it's alright.
That's a 25 because you have advantage on
Yeah.
these rolls.
Oh, okay. It's like, easy. This is Lady Eleanor. She's really just disguised herself.
Snacks blinks multiple times, starts pacing around the cart a little bit, jumps on top of the cart, and like walks along part of the cart's edge to get right up in Eleanor's face. Are you sure? She's old.
Now, Snacks. You shouldn't call a lady old. That's unless you want to incur wrath.
But it's the truth.
I will not say anything.
I have reserved judgment.
If one is old, it is old. Why would one get upset about being old? You're just past your prime. Old meat, tough, grizzle. Gamey.
Gamey. Delon will pat Snack's head. And that is the benefit of magic. Yes, I'm quite certain.
Okay. Snacks understands. Snacks jumps into the back of the cart, and you hear Tulio, "Ow, get off me, you little bastard!" Snacks is sorry.
Or Snacks.
Yorm pokes his head. Yorm walking actually on the side of the cart, with one hand holding his blunderbuss on his shoulder. Well then, this be Asterium. Honestly, farm side's pretty nice. Though that giant ivory tower in the distance is a bit gaudy. It should be not ivory. It shouldn't be a white tower in the distance. Nah, it should be nice. Stone. Should look like a natural mountain structure. Shouldn't be obviously a tower. It should be looking like it's part of the land.
Alright, but you're thinking like a dwarf, not a dragon there.
Well, dwarven engineering is superior. You still haven't said how. Quiet!
I forgot about the little argument they had.
Nah, that's cute. Well, let's see. All things aside, this should be your first time for many of you going to the Mysterium. If we want to avoid, I think Eleanor's suggestion Lady Eleanor's suggestions would be suffice. Taking a boat around the coast would do well. Although a part of me does wish to speak with Barry, see how he's doing. Although we could probably do it on our way back. So we should.
Alright. Well, I mean, either way, it's still the way outside the city, so nothing
Aye.
stopping me from going there, yes.
We could pop in at the Adventurers Guild briefly before we head back up the mountain. That seems the most
Right.
efficient.
Aye. That's my thought too. I'm sure he's fine. Last time we spoke, I'm sure the Keeper is doing just fine with him in tow. If that's the case, Lady Eleanor, this will be your specialty. Lead on.
Understood. She prepares to crack the whip. However, right when the cart starts moving, you actually hear two boots fall from behind the cart, and you see Tulio walking in the direction of Asterium City. Don't wait up for me. I'll meet you at the college. I got business to attend to. He noticeably
If
does
we-
have a pack on his back, and he's wearing his cloak is up to hide his person.
Let's see. Salon voice up. Take care.
See as Tulio pauses only a moment, looks towards the cart's direction, and he just puts two fingers on his forehead and gives a salute. Who do you think you're talking to? Careful's my middle name.
I thought it was dangerous.
Dangerously careful.
Carefully dangerous.
I'm gonna poke my head out and be like, "Bye, Tulio. You gotta tell me the stories of what you're doing when you get back."
See you, bub. I left you a bag on the cart.
Yeah, I'll have a look in it.
You find a small little satchel, more like a small little sack with a rope tied around the top of it. Kind of
Cool.
fits in the palm of your hand. It's got some coins in it and a rolled up note in it.
It says, "I prepared explosive runes this morning. It explodes!"
no,
If I ever
that's
played a
a-
wizard, though, I would totally do that.
You were always my favorite, Bub. Bye.
when you read, if you read the note, Bob, it says that let's see, what was rolled?
Glyph of warning.
Glyph of
Is
warning.
the budget explosive rune?
Alrighty, Bub. The note basically shows. It says to you, I'm gonna be pawning some things off in the black market. If you guys leave the tower of the college and I'm not back by then, come get me.
Okay.
He doesn't list where the black market is, or he just assumes you'll find it. Essentially.
Okay.
Wait, I think we can pretty much know where it is. Basically.
So it's like, hey, it's the black market. There's a bunch of concrete buildings that are painted black.
Well, that would be Nebula. They would do that.
Yes, they
Silly,
would.
that's the fish market.
Well, in Nebulum, if it's Nebulum, is it really a black market? I feel like the black market in Nebulum has to be next level. Just to hold on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. The black market is the regular market, and then there's the black market underneath that.
We see there's the regular market in the open square, there's the fish market, there's the black market in the black buildings, there's the black market in the underground criminal city, there's I'm sorry, which black market were you talking about again, Chief?
Yeah, there's 3 or 4. And are we talking about the fish market or he puts hands up in quotes, fish market?
How about the
Or sometimes it's a mix of both. Sometimes it's what's going there? Oh no, you can get a really good cod from there as well. No, really good fish, I'm telling you. And some blackjack stuff. It's great.
Tulio
can get the
takes you
whole
guys to the
shopping done.
Nepalese fish market. He buys a tuna, and he pays 500 gold for the tuna. And then when he takes it on the cart, he waits till you're in like your rooms or whatever. He slices open the tuna, and there's a freaking item inside.
Exactly. He's like, now we can cook it.
Don't worry, Chief. The drugs inside this parcel here didn't leak into the flesh of the fish. At least I don't think
you
they did.
see, the fish market.
Let's
is an
let's
actual,
double
like,
cook it just to be safe.
See, in that fish market, there's an actual blue-eyed, blonde hair Ronaldian there. Because, like, who said my fish isn't fresh? Some people. Species of
He slaps you
human
with the fish if you say it's not
Yes.
fresh. He slaps you with
Exactly.
the fish. You take bludgeoning damage along with true damage as its emotional damage. He damages your pride.
Emotional damage.
He damages your pride.
Uh-huh.
But alrighty, Tulio wanders off to go to the Asterium city proper. Some things from the cart are probably missing, but he's basically gonna pawn them off.
Well, as long as he keeps one of the +2 scimitar and short bows in the cart, because I gotta upgrade somebody.
Oh yeah, he would have left, like, if there were multiples, he would have probably taken enough that he left one of each there,
Yeah.
and some other things. I'll describe what's gone, like, later.
Yeah. No rush.
But alrighty, Eleanor leads you all to the coast. Briefly,
Yeah, actually-
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, during the trip, there's like a question I wanna ask. So, in character, so just go ahead and describe like something in the middle.
Alrighty. As you're making your way down towards the actual coast, Eleanor chimes up once the city of Asterium is more behind you than near you. Is it alright to leave Tulio on his own? He had a rather large rucksack over his shoulder.
I mean, it's Asterium. It's not like we're leaving him alone in Nebulum or some other God's forsaken place. So I'm sure he'll be fine.
Alrighty then. By the way, Bub, you were given 100 gold coins.
Hooray! Research costs. It's like we get there and then like the head kobold, like in his monocle dice, would be like, that would be 10,000 gold.
Yeah. I think I'll just ask my question there now that you interjected and say, by the way, since we're finally out the Savage Lands, I've been meaning to ask, did you ever find any more clues to that magical elixir you were trying to make?
Oh yes, actually.
Oh?
The well water in the Enclave was one of the ingredients. I managed to obtain a drop of it.
Magical elixir? First I've ever heard of it.
Well, I haven't been talking a lot about it, Bub. I mentioned it offhandedly a few times, but that's it.
What do you need it for?
Well, it said that this elixir has incredibly potent properties, and it, once ingested, it makes whoever ingests it even better at almost anything they do.
Ooh. It's like guidance.
Similar. I believe some call it a potion of luck, though I don't believe that's quite correct.
Can you drink luck though? Luck
There
is
is
like
liquid luck, yes.
circumstances, you bump into it, but you gotta make your best of it. You gotta seize the opportunity. Otherwise, you can't get lucky.
Snacks
So you gotta work
pokes
hard.
his head in.
Luck is not real. It is a myth. It's all
Well-
skill.
Base.
To say that, I'll just like take out my bottle of Ronaldian vodka I still have. It'd say, "I'll see, Bob, Snacks. This is what we call liquid courage, as well as liquid luck, and liquid anything you want, really."
That's about
I smell it. That's just alcohol.
Oh, it's much more than
Maybe
that.
to you.
But it's alcohol to everybody. Because alcohol is alcohol.
You understand more when you're older, bub.
Exactly.
Okay. He's
No,
not even
just-
gonna argue.
Eleanor just
Yeah.
kind of shakes her head. There are real potions of luck. I've crafted one myself. In fact, it was the final test for my potion making class. All who fail to make the potion of luck essentially flunk and have to take the class again.
Hmm.
Sounds pretty difficult.
Yeah, how hard was it?
Quite difficult. The ingredients are exceedingly expensive, and the potion making process is very precise. One misstep and you create a potion of disaster, or potion of unluck. I believe one poor student's entire face got blown off at one point. The entire concoction erupted into a lava-ish level of explosion. Imagine a magma bubble erupting over the entire classroom. It's quite horrible.
Ooh. Have you ever been to the college in Asterium? I have a bunch of classes I need to take. We keep
Bitchy little
running
kid,
into
man.
things, and
She
I don't
just
know
kinda,
about all
like,
these
gives you a grin.
arcane things.
Have I been to the College of Asterium? Good gracious. Yes, I've mastered multiple classes at the college, Bob. I'm on a first name basis with the dragon.
What? But I thought you never left the land you were born in, and that's why you wanted us to bring you around.
I mean, the college
Bob.
is in Asterium, Bob.
How did... Well, you do recall that we spent time in the college briefly. She was a student of it. That's how she knew potion making skills.
Well, did she come back with us? I forget.
It's quite
Well,
alright, Bob.
to be fair to Bob, you and him were never really so eye to eye until recently, so I don't blame him for forgetting.
Hmm.
It's
That,
quite alright. I'm quite used to people forgetting my actual skill sets.
right,
Oh,
well,
so it's okay then.
actually, while we're still talking about potions, you know, like, I get out the dried up poison I have.
Hmm.
Like, I still don't know what it's a dried up. Like, I know it's poison, but what can you even make with that? I mean,
Eleanor offers to hand you the reins of the cart while she takes the potion from you.
mhm.
So she holds it up to the light, kind of like sloshes it around a few times, and like, I think she pours a drop on her gloved finger and kind of like rubs it between her finger and thumb. Interesting. This is Drider venom. Quite rare, very potent.
Oh, well, I don't know about any drider. It's just the spider lady from the other day gave it to me with the silk bundle.
Interesting. She gave you some of her venom then.
She did. Oh, I mean,
As for what you can make with it, Gildas, you could make a very powerful anti-venom with this, or you could make a very powerful toxin. What kind of toxin? You could create a rather decent variety of them. I'm well versed in making toxins, though I don't particularly care for doing it.
oh, I don't really have anybody I want to kill anyway, so don't plan on making any toxins anytime soon.
Yes, and I prefer
But-
not to have Tulio know I can do such a thing either.
Right. Mm. Well, how about you just hold on to it? Like, I'm sure we'll find something to do with it one day.
I'll
Or
do
if
so.
we just run into another Drider we can't convince, we'll just use that in case we get bitten.
Sounds good to me.
Delon, actually, with that being said, will lean back or lean over, since he's, I suppose, on his horse. You never did say why you wish to make this elixir.
Well, it's because it's a bit of a lost potion. It's a mythical potion. not really known whether it's 100% real or not, or whether the process to make it is accurate or not. It's more mythical than anything. And I can't deny a fascination with a mythical potion.
That's all. You just want to create it for creating's sake.
Well, yes, I don't particularly want to use it for myself. I just want to make it. I want to restore lost knowledge and be able to prove that such a mythical potion is real and can be replicated. Regardless, I don't necessarily care what happens with it. I just mostly prefer it to end up in good hands.
So what you want the fame that comes with it then?
Well, not so much fame, more just the scholarly academic acknowledgement.
Oh, come on, you're just saying it's fame and another word. That's
No,
all.
it's academic acknowledgement. My name would go down in academia.
Right, you'd be famous in academy, yes. Thank you, Eleanor, for
Respected by
agreeing
your
with me.
scholar friends.
Yes, precisely. Thank you, Bub. I would be respected for the hard work I've done.
Seems. Forgive me, but it seems like an awful lot of effort. Well, if this is what you wish to do with it, far be it from me to say otherwise.
I mean,
It
it
does-
is a lot
does
of
have-
effort, but whether the potion's real or not, ultimately,
Hmm.
the end result of finding out whether it's real or not is the reward for me. Not much is that's truly worth doing isn't worth putting in the effort for. Something's not worth putting in effort, then it's not worth doing.
Oh, yeah.
Fair
Besides, if you do end up making it, it's gonna be really useful when we end up going against, well, the old Black Dragon, you know?
It could be. A potion of luck might actually assist us in that, though I don't believe this is a potion of luck.
Presumably, it's also only temporary.
Oh no, the records I read have read that it is a permanent boon.
Oh. Then Eleanor, this mystical item would be quite useful then, on many occasions then.
Yes, but once ingested, it is gone. One drop is all you can create with this.
Just one drop.
Yes. Oh, another ingredient I actually managed to harvest. She briefly reaches into her personal pack and takes out a pressed, what looks like a heart that's made out of greenery. I took this from the corpse flower. It was very useful to stave off the actual disease, but I believe I could use this for an ingredient for the potion as well.
What other ingredients do you need in order to create this concoction?
Well, I've gotten most of the ingredients that are readily accessible. I would definitely need tears of a dragon, but those are hard to come by. And I believe I would need... Perhaps it's a bit... Not all potions that are incredibly powerful are made from the most prestigious of ingredients.
Uh-huh.
Remember the potion we found in Moonshaper's tree trunk?
Aye, I have not forgotten about it, nor who we've left it to.
Would you be surprised to know that many of the most powerful potions take blood from more powerful beings and turn them into a liquid base for a potion?
No, not entirely.
Then would not come as a surprise the potion I need requires me to have the blood of either a divine or a wicked beast.
What kind of a wicked beast?
Wicked or divine. I believe another translation for the text was demonic, but that's more of a crude translation.
There are very few creatures of either or on this plane, though not impossible. That seems quite ambiguous, if I do say so myself.
Well, yes, most of the ingredients that I've studied over have been ambiguous. It's part of the
How would you
difficulty.
know if it was liquid? How would you know if it was divine?
Divine creatures
Right.
you can tell by a simple glance. Wicked creatures send a certain level of a horrible feeling down your spine just by being within their presence. A sense of that they don't belong here, that they are completely alien to you and they will hurt you.
Aye.
Well, if it's divine or demonic, then it really sounds like rather than trying to look for them, it might just be easier to get them to you.
Technically, yes. That's why I'm that's why I'm reserving many of these options for the last ingredients. The potion process as well as the ingredients are vague and a bit ambiguous, leading to a lot of construing of details or understandings of the actual process that you have to connect the dots on. I've been told that this potion is a wild goose chase.
I say though, that's an awful lot of ingredient for just one drop.
Yes, the process requires them all to be concentrated into a very dense form.
Refinement.
Yes, much like alcohol.
Really? I just look at the alcohol again, like differently this time.
Some of the best alcohols you could ever have, Bob, are refined and purified, filtered multiple times.
Seems like a lot of work.
Dwarven ale is exactly what you think it is. That filtering, watering it down,
Yes.
schlock. You can keep it. Dwarven ale is potent, and that's the point.
Poor Yom, there's still only 2 days left.
2 days? What?
Of their deal.
Yep.
Gilles and
we'll-
Yorm made a deal where like they could whoever lost the bet would not be able to drink for a week, and Yorm lost the bet.
So he's like, I'm an alcoholic. I'm
He's
doing
gonna like go through
my days."
withdrawal symptoms. And,
Yeah.
like, start shooting.
He's really cleaning his blunderbuss a
Yeah,
lot.
so I was gonna say, I never liked alcohol. It's good to celebrate your work, but so many people just drink alcohol and then they don't work. They're layabouts, so it's awful.
Mm.
That's the difference, Bub. There's a difference between ingesting alcohol and not earning it, and ingesting the alcohol after a hard day's work. One tastes
Yeah.
sweeter.
That makes so much sense. You're very smart, Yorm.
Oh, no more than your average dwarf.
I've never met an average dwarf. Literally hasn't met an average dwarf.
Right, it's not like we have met a lot of dwarves on our travels either. There's you, and there's Erino's friend, the smith. And I reckon that's about it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I guess we have to go to the mountains to find them.
Garcaster, mountain ranges, certain caves, Ranald, King's Landing, all good places to find dwarves.
Well, Yom, as soon as we will reach the Gloucester, we'll be surrounded in excellent company. So I'm sure we'll see plenty of them, said Bob.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if I were an artifact, I'd be hidden deep, deep inside a cave. So, there you go.
Delon's actually going to glance at Yom, or perhaps in a old castle or manor or some such.
Not too sure about that one.
Mm.
Have to be a pretty out of the way castle, very neglected perhaps, forgotten to time maybe. I mean,
Yes,
if it was
in
a
fact.
regular castle, it probably would have been used by the Lord, and if it was any other castle, would have been ransacked if it was kept empty. by people like Tulio.
You make an excellent point, Yon. And besides, from my experience, the dwarven people are excellent caretakers of their kin and homes.
Oh, aye.
Very rare to find.
Even if a dwarf ain't home, we got security systems in mind. Large sweeping barriers, traps, automatons. Oh, we got the works. We got golems. We got warforge. We got living suits of armor.
Really?
Back a long time ago, we used to have worms up in our keeps.
Worms?
Oh, aye.
Crazy. What's a worm? I think I've heard of this.
Common misconception, not all worms are like the big, ugly purple worms that burrow under the ground. Worm with a Y is similar to dragonkin. They're subterranean giant lizards, come in lots of different kinds, breathe wicked hot fire, and us dwarves a long time ago used to keep them in our keeps, usually protecting our vaults. See,
You were able
worms
to
really
tame
love
worms?
to keep garden treasure.
And you see, to go down south, you also have worms, but this time with a U. And, well, they do love burrowing. It's not about defending anything, it's about attacking anything.
Then
Quite
the
the
ones in
opposite.
Renault.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's like then the ones in Renault is what I was thinking of. I'm more familiar with the worms with the Y, but yes, no, go on. I've not heard of these ones.
Well, don't really know much about them other than the army, or like armed force, keep a few ones for siege battles and, well, underground assaults, as well as keep a few savage ones for training.
Mm.
And after all, they're about the biggest creatures we have there. So that makes for very good formation, training, and all the work. Although, doesn't come without any danger, because, well, if a worm goes by your village, you have to pray your house is still standing by the end of the day.
Yes, that's so.
Thankfully, you only really find worms in a specific place, and they tend to avoid the coastline. So, what our ancestors have done, and still do, to this day, is simply not build where they live.
Mm. Now you've intrigued my interest. Now I'm more interested into seeing one in person. Must be fascinating creatures. To dig and burrow with such speed. Do all you say.
Real menace. Used to be, you'd find worms tunneling in the actual mines in Gloucester at one point or another. Though us dwarves took good care of them. See, we don't really care for things messing up our well-established, well-tunneled mine shafts. So when one of those things burrows through a support beam, knocking it down on top of some miners' heads, well, naturally, a dwarven crew was sent down to deal with the bugger.
Of course. That makes sense. Especially with your discovery of blunderbuss and black powder. Probably made quite a wicked mess of things.
Oh, aye. No. Dwarves don't tend to bring these babies down underground. That's why most dwarves have a hammer, or in my case, he actually reaches on his hip and quite dexterously twirls around the elven hatchet. Got this baby. much more practical when underground. See, if you're in the wrong kind of space and you fire one thing like this, whole mine shaft comes down.
Hmm. Hmm.
Some of the best dwarven estates have magically enhanced golems, kinds that are resistant to magical effects, so even a spellcaster would have some difficulty with them. Usually some stone golems or mud golems. Every once in a while you'll find a few elementals running around.
Hmm. You mentioned them before. Are these as common as they are in Clockhouse? I don't recall any in my current than whenever I visited. Although I do admit I only saw I've only been to the capital in my youth and the outer woods most of the times.
Well, stuff like this is usually kept on the premises. Usually, if you see you'll see the barrier before you approach it. Dwarves like that. We like to let you know you're on our property. You know.
Hmm.
So if you see the barrier, you know you're about to enter a dwarven estate. You also know that they're not welcoming visitors at the moment, and there is always a way to turn off the barrier in case a dwarf somehow turned it on and forgot to turn it back on. You know, turn it on, can't turn it off, you know, happens every once in a while. You go out to the pub, you put the barrier up, you wander home, you forget, oh shit, I left the key to the barrier in the keep. So there's a backup way, always. You'll fall asleep outside the barrier, you sober up in the morning, turn off the barrier through the backdoor system, and then go on in. Dwarven estates also tend to have pitfall traps that drop you down into just certain death sometimes. We've been known to have crossbow traps, the kinds that are set up on the walls. You see a beautiful crossbow, it's absolutely gorgeous looking. You step a certain way and right down there, suddenly it's filled with nice steel arrows. Oh, I even remember the flame traps. Oh, my dad, he taught me how to disarm flame traps. Oh, I remember my first beard went away that way. Took way too long to grow back.
Hmm.
Seems like in order to become the best thief around, you need to know how to rob a Clockcaster manor.
Well, not just a clawcaster manor, but a dwarven estate. They're glorified fortresses.
I mean,
Oh, and every fortress is unique. Every single one is different. You can't just go to one because you've robbed or turned off the facilities of one dwarven estate. You think you can turn them all off? No, they're all designed by an individual dwarf of the highest craftsmanship, usually in the family. So they all got their own little quirks to them. I remember this one story I heard. Dwarven craftsman found a way to make his castle fly.
uh-huh.
Fly.
Oh, I don't know how he did it. Most of us called it a wives' tale. Just some muttering someone heard under a bridge, you know.
Hmm.
Just absolute malarkey. But I've always been curious. What if his castle did fly? Don't know why a dwarf would want a flying castle. Ain't right for a dwarf not to be on the ground, but you know.
Well, I mean, wouldn't the ground still be in the air?
I suppose, but then we're arguing, is hovering land, or is it only land when it's on the ground? And what does that mean about tunnel shafts? If there's like a mine shaft, is the freed up occupied space considered earth and land? Or is
Right,
it
and
free land? Is it air?
If the ground is flying, then wouldn't that make the ground we're standing on the underground?
Precisely. You're
I think
opening
the
up an
underground is
entire
the
can of worms there, Kildos.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, I'm too sober for that.
Oh, but it is an interesting, thought exercise.
As miraculous and interesting as this conversation has been, I'm going to hop off the cart now. Simply leave it here. I'm going to get us a boat.
Well, good luck on your negotiations then. And remember, be vulgar.
I've snuck on back onto the actual campus multiple times. This isn't my first time sneaking in.
So you're a delinquent at heart.
She just hops off the cart at that point. She walks her way over towards the sailors. I reckon she got up to some wicked parties for one time or another. She knows
Oh.
about them frozen watermelons with wine inside. She's clearly drinking a lot, but she hasn't been drinking recently. I mean, look how quickly she's smashed.
Mhm.
Well, yes, the way she talks about the party she experienced, yes, it must have been. There must have been proper thrashing around.
Most likely, he arrived, participated somewhat, and was amused by the rest.
I
As
don't,
if,
I don't fancy
fascination-
her as a mingler at parties, though. More likely the kind to sit around the punch bowl, getting a little smashed, and then laugh at everybody as they get even more smashed.
Aye.
Much more fun to be one of the people getting even more smashed. Much more
You
fun.
would. You would know, my friend.
Oh, you never had a good time, like getting absolutely smashed with your brothers and your cousins and playing Punt the Gnome.
But the
But the
no.
gnome?
See,
My
I still
word.
can't remember if it was a real gnome or if it was a toy.
For your sake, I hope it was a toy.
We were all way too many dwarven ales in to tell the difference, I'm afraid.
Hmm.
Good time, though. Punt the Gnome.
Well, that's something I would have loved witnessing.
Oh, goodness, it was great. Imagine 13, maybe 30 drunken dwarves barely able to walk upright, shambling around, half of them leaning on each other, and there's a gnome tied up, and we're just over here punting him, seeing how far we could kick him. Oh, good times.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, gnome was fine. He had protective enchantments on and all that good jazz.
So he was alive.
What?
That does remind me of vacation in King's Landing. I was at a particular drinking contest, and I might have had a bit more than I could, as I can recall. I don't remember them. I don't remember the events much, but I do remember the morning. They found me next to a windmill in full armor, in my full student as a knight's armor, with a couple of bottles next to me. And the windmill had been damaged by blade cuts. Well, apparently, in my drunken stupor, I had thought the windmill a dragon and tried to slay it.
Uh-huh. Did you win, or did the windmill win? It's an important question.
Delon rubs the back of his neck. Considering I had to pay quite a bit of coin to restore the windmill, I think the windmill won that time.
Well, we'll show up, we'll all get drunk, and we'll teach that windmill a lesson.
Exactly.
Snacks pokes his head out.
It is understandable that you lost a fight against what you perceive to be a dragon. Dragons are the greatest beasts in the realm. Even if it's a fake dragon, you were destined to lose the hunt.
Perhaps, but I did at least leave an empty scar on it, even with all the repairs. We still pass the wind. We pass the windmill every time on occasion. Every time we go to King's Landing. I can't help but recall.
Snacks remembers his first hunt. Snacks
Oh.
went out with the elves. Snacks had nothing but stone dagger and hatchet. Snacks was told to hunt deer, large deer with sharp teeth. Snacks went on
Oh.
hunts, but only after they gave Snacks 2 bottles of elder wine. Snacks assumed elder wine was to hone senses, so Snacks chugged them with gusto. Snacks was wrong. Snacks was wobbly. Snacks had bad aim. Wine was to lure beast. Snacks smelled of elder wine. Snacks was bait. Snacks took this opportunity and slayed the creature. Afterwards, we celebrated. They gutted it, and we poured all of its blood, all of its ichors, into a giant bucket. And they were going to pour it on Snacks. Snacks held up his claws and told them to throw me in the bucket. Snacks dived into bucket of blood and was bathed in the hunt.
Reminds me
And
of
now
when
that
I
makes me
shot
feel-
my first beast. Though he did pour the guts on top of me. Stuck in my beard for weeks.
My goodness. Hmm.
Snacks hopes you wore them with pride.
Well,
I just look at my T-Rex hat.
What I imagine is we probably did for the first few days and then regretted it.
And it probably smelled.
Oh, aye. Real issue was the bar wenches didn't want to serve me more booze. Got thrown out of more than one establishment due to the stench. I see it was a tradition. I had to wear that bloody beard for 1 whole week. Hazing of the Ranger Corps. Good times. Every single one of them had done it before me. Of course I had to do it too. I'm your mountain born. I ain't no chicken shit.
But you weren't kidding when you said you would be more grumpy.
Um,
I just imagine like you're just like right next to him, just like whoa, but like you're just in front of him, just like innocent look, and like no, I have nothing to do with that. Not at all.
Gilas is just slowly sipping Rinaldi and vodka right in front of Yorm.
getting him more and more upset.
You can see the twitch in the Yorm's eye. Like a drop head just like goes outside the bottle. You gotta waste that.
Yorm just goes, oh, that's such a waste. Criminal, that's what it is. As the party is just kind of like shooting the shit for a little bit, Eleanor comes back. Alright, I've managed to get us a ship. I've already paid the fee. Was a bit more than I expected, but it's due to the actual issues with the current shipping routes at the moment. Quite a lot more difficult to smuggle things at the moment.
Oh,
Yes,
What's the
instead of
issue?
the usual 250, it's going to be 500.
fine. What's with the shipping issues? It should be still in season.
Oh, it's in season. See, sailors are quite wily, and they usually catch wind of things happening downwind before they reach them. They're lining their pockets a bit before things head south, I believe.
You want me to see if I can negotiate further down?
Oh no, not at all. 500 gold is nothing. We have quite a lot in the bank as is.
Right. Especially after the last hole.
Yes, and these are
Alright.
good sailors. They'll get us there, no questions asked. They don't ask us any questions. I've worked with them before. They're the best.
Alright. If you say so, then let's do this.
Excellent. On the return trip, I just need to grab them some wine from the actual Academy cellars.
Wine.
Oh yes, they love rum, they love beer, but some of them have got a taste for the Academy's own wine.
Norm, just in the corner, be like, just shut up about alcohol, you did.
Yorm is just like, they got wine at the college. Seems like a good place to be.
I couldn't help it, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
With that, the party is able to take the cart down to the docks. You find that the sailors are a bit of a suspicious-looking gang. They're all humans. They all look like they're weathered, like basically they look like vagabonds. They all have cutlasses, scimitars. They look really untrustworthy. But when Eleanor comes in, one of them actually takes off his bandana and waves it in her direction as he approaches you. Oh, if it isn't the lovely Eleanor! Come on my ship once again, and friends. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you. I assure you, I'll make sure you have all the wine needed. Of course, thank you, dear. Thank you, dearie. Oh, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be having wine on this nice evening. No, I imagine you'd be having rum. Oh, and we're sick of it. Been on rum for 3 years straight. It's horrible. If you don't want any, I think we could take it off your hands. Free for all out, chap.
Damn.
Yorm just grumbles and stomps onto the ship. Afterwards, the leader of the captain of the ship puts his bandana back on, sparks some orders to his crew, and they raise the sail. And you see as they actually pull over like a bit of a canvas over the top of the ship, and they sail pretty close to the coast. But when they get close to where the coast near the city is, they actually pull the entire canvas over the ship. They pull the sails down, and you just coast on the actual water side, right on by. You just look like a log, a rather large log in the water. You spend about, I'd say, another day or two on the water before arriving on the coast. They actually don't go too close to the actual beach. They stop about maybe 60 feet from the actual coast. Alright, we'll make sure your cart's where you want it to be, Eleanor. The drop point, right? That's right. We'll make sure that it's fine once we get inside. We'll swim the rest of the way. Thank you, dearie. Thank you. Eleanor reaches into a person and hands over a sack of coin. Well then, we'll be swimming the rest of the way. It's quite an easy swim, only 60 feet. It's easy for you to say.
It says the dwarf in heavy armor.
Exactly.
60 feet. You know.
I'm not sure if wasting transformation for 60 feet's enough, so you guys are just gonna have to deal with that.
I mean, I'm just gonna be on Valese, and Valese and I are just gonna swim.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, you know how.
Delon's gonna tap Valese. Get ready for the cold, old friend.
Velasay nods. Party is able to swim the rest of the way. Once they're 30 feet over, it becomes more shallow, and you actually end up on the banks of the wooded area around the college. Eleanor, Once there, kind of like still a little wet, she casts a spell to dry herself off. Just simply, yeah, it works. She just does that. Alright then. The rest of the way was just simply walking up towards the tower. Stick to where I walk though. If we wander too far in either direction, we'll probably bump into some rather large creatures, and I would like to avoid that.
She wish.
Eleanor nods, and she begins leading you all through the woods. You actually notice that there are some trees that have one mark, two, like they look like they have a chop, like a cut cut into it, like one cut, two cuts, or three cuts. She seems to know what they all mean and seems to follow them quite easily. In no time at all, she's basically led you towards the college's front door. Excellent. We made quite good time, only a week. Should take us a week to get back to the mountain pass.
The music's changing.
It is actually, hold on.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a week, assuming nothing comes.
Where's the theme
In the
at?
meantime.
Where'd it? It's here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Alrighty. Eleanor simply reaches into her person and reveals a blue scale. A beholder flies down from in front of the large tower of this college, looks at the scale, and looks at the party. Welcome back, Lady Eleanor. You may enter.
Show your scale. You're Sir Bubbery.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna like look at the eye and I say, "Hello again."
Hello, stranger. Do you have the key?
So I get out the rusty blue key from my from my equipment.
It's not rusty because it looks like a blue scale, essentially.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making a joke because it had been here so long.
Fair enough. Welcome back, Master Bob. You may enter. And the beholder just kind of like floats back up into the cloud line. You can tell the blue dragon's here because it's currently raining above the tower.
He is sad.
Nah, it just rains where he's at.
Where it rains, it pours.
But alrighty. With that, the door, you hear the tumblers and then a unlocking noise as the door opens itself, and you're able to step inside. Once you're inside the college, you once again find that it's just flittering about with blue kobolds as the door opens and the party walks in. Multiple kobolds look up, pause for a brief moment, and raise their hands. Hi, Bob! And then they go back to their work.
I'm back.
You can see many more of the blue of like the magic creatures flying or skittering about. You can see some brooms sweeping themselves, some people on flying carpets, you know, all the good jazz from before. Yorm actually does whistle. This is impressive. Never been inside the college myself.
Alright. Wait till you get to the library.
There's more books than just this. And he just gestures around. You just see that the whole place is basically littered with tomes of knowledge of all kinds.
Go on.
To you, it's like about books. There's this one party member who's been strangely silent this whole time. Like, what's she think? Like, assuming she been away with us.
Yeah, like How does the beholder react to our bony
Yeah.
friend?
He doesn't bat an
Um,
eye. He doesn't even bat his singular eye.
He doesn't even bat an eye.
He's just like not a threat at the time. Also, Blue Dragon can take care of it. Whatever.
Creature is with Bub's party and Eleanor's party. Is part of traveling group, not threat.
So it's not the only undead in the fucking college.
Actually true
Yeah.
though. Actually true.
Yeah. There's like
Oh, a wizard came back with a new corpse, a new walking, talking corpse. What's new?
This one's nicely dressed.
It is. This
Yeah,
one.
but-
They paid extra for this one.
And then Delon will. I guess Delon probably will look to Ophelia. What say you, your ladyship?
It's miraculous.
books.
Many tomes. I could get lost in here, studying multiple tomes for years. Though I also
Aye.
do believe that some of these creatures are not. Are they magically made?
Bub can answer that.
Yeah. What is magically made?
Some of the creatures, like there's some just flying or scuttering about.
She's asking if they have been made from magic.
Yeah. I think I may have asked this question ages ago, but can you remind me?
Yes,
How
I can.
that works?
Basically, a lot of the creatures flying or moving around in the college are either magically made or seem to have been summoned and they're controlled. One of them would be the Beholder, which I'll actually just do this. There's some of these I haven't done this for, but I can just do this for the sake of it. There's the Beholder, which, I've already revealed it in the enemy section, so there's that. Looks like that, You remember the Dragon Blood Ooze? That was one that was magically made. That was in Asterium. You fought it a long time ago. But,
Oh yeah, we fought the
we
ooze
haven't seen
dragon.
another one since. The
It was
Minotaur
technically
Living
next
Crystal
time.
Statue was one of the ones that was made, a while back. That's one, like a giant crystal statue of a Minotaur. Bub, you remember Black Puddings? You remember they're magically made and they're around here?
Yeah.
You also know that Displacer Beasts are creatures that are magically made. They have Displacer Beast cages here. And the last thing that's running around here are these weird insectoid-like creatures, which Bub would know are mage hunters. They look like
Okay.
this.
The creatures around here are summoned through secret magical rituals, and they're controlled for a very complex system that's classified.
I see. Interesting. Such a powerful control of magical creatures, more powerful than the caster themselves.
I know, isn't it mysterious?
It is quite incredible. I could spend an exorbitant amount of time within these walls. If I wander off or I'm too engrossed in studies, please come get me. I do feel as if I could lose myself within here for quite some time.
Okay.
Eleanor nods at Ophelia's words. I know exactly what you mean. My first time here, I spent so much time reading that I forgot to meditate. I ended up crashing in a classroom and ended up in a bit of a coma for a while. Not one of my better days.
Coma.
It was fine. Once my body had gotten enough rest, I awoke from it. But I went far too long without actually sleeping or meditating. My body, I was making sure my body was fine, but my mind, on the other hand, just couldn't quite keep up.
Wait. You were able to keep your body how? Without sleeping?
Magical aids.
Ah.
I ingested plenty of potions that kept me nutritiously balanced, as well as gave me energy reserves.
It's just like drinking coffee for us.
Yeah, basically.
Coffee, but with no side effects.
but with actual nutrients in it instead of just a bean that keeps you energized and makes you neurotic. Though I do have a fondness for coffee as well.
Not surprised on that. But, well, we won't stay there for too long, so what's on the agenda?
We do have a few things to give. If I recall, we have an item of great presence. We also have to warn the Blue Dragon is going, and I believe Sir Bob has a report to give. Do you not?
Yes, I do. But, is the Blue Dragon home?
You would know that, yes, Bub. The blue dragon is here. It's raining above the tower, so you Bub,
Basically,
would
you
also
had to
know.
you had to listen, pay attention 10 minutes ago.
Well, I heard him mention something, but I just needed to clarify. So, Bub's gonna say, "All right, everyone. I hope you all take some classes and learn what you need to learn. But I have something important I need to go do right now."
All right then. Shall we all meet back here once we've finished? Similar to
Nice.
last time.
A nod.
I
Okie
suppose
dokie.
so.
Ophelia pauses for a moment, looks all around. I shall be that direction. She just kind of gestures in one direction, then begins wandering over there, looking at the book names.
Cool.
All right, y'all can go first though. I really quick. I need to grab dinner
Go ahead.
because my concentration's fading.
Snacks, while the party is kind of looking around, Snacks, like, hops on top of a table, like, arms crossed, looking around.
So many beasts to hunt. Is Snacks allowed to hunt?
You notice that, like, lots of the blue kobolds are, like, giving Snacks weird looks, or, like, whispering to each other about Snacks.
Dawn shakes his head. I don't believe it's allowed currently, unless given by proper order by the Blue Dragon.
Huh.
However, Delon does actually think about it. Here, I believe there is a board you can ask. There are jobs that other kobolds do. There might be some hunts on the board. Some beasts might have gotten loose or need to be taken care of.
Show Snacks the board. Snacks will be best hunter in this entire tower.
Alright. If I recall correctly, it's like in the middle.
It is,
Area.
it's very obviously on display.
Okay, so Delon will bring Snacks over and point to it. Here they are. Items on the board. Pick your choosing.
Oh, good.
And that's it.
They are written in Kobold and Draconic. Snacks can read this.
You know how to read Draconic?
Yes, all kobolds do.
Any other
all
languages
red
you know?
kobolds.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, he just kind of, like, tilts his head.
All red kobolds.
And any other languages? Can you read Common?
Sort of.
Sort of.
It's rather difficult for Snacks, but Snacks can understand the words on the page. He just takes some time to read them.
Oh. I have been perusing through books. If you ever need help reading anything, feel free to ask me. Well, I'm sure any other members will be willing to help you as well.
Snacks is okay. Snacks gets by. But Snacks appreciates offer.
If you want to be the best hunter, you don't simply want to get by.
Oh, no. Reading words of everyone else is not as important for hunting. Hunting is about skills, tracking, stealth, aim, reflexes, tumble when thrown, recognize weak point in armor.
Is it not important to also have equipment? To know the amount of necessary equipment?
Snacks understands this.
As he just like takes his pack off his back, drops it on the ground, and
Mhm.
just starts holding up different gears,
Mm-hmm.
quite proudly of it.
Well, as you should be. It's also important to order it. Make sure you know what you have, what you need. Having a good memory is strong. Being able to read your own writing, being able to read others allows you to share with a pack. It's good to be a strong hunter, but there are gaps in armor, gaps in WordPress. You want to be organized, you want to be efficient.
Snacks is efficient. This pouch here is for composite bow. This one javelins. This one lance. Bombs are on the side. Easy clip on, clip off. Do not fall off when shaken. Daggers go on hip.
Right. In a literal sense, I'm talking external, outside of battle. Preparation phase.
Oh, Snacks
You
understands to check gear before hunt.
Hmm.
Nothing worse than a spear breaking before it's even entered the side of the beast because you didn't check to see if it was whole yet or had a crack from last hunt. Arrowheads need to be sharpened and sometimes replaced.
All right then. I still think you could do well to expand your repertoire outside of these skills. But in the meantime, if you're going to take some of these boards, feel free to do so. Just make sure they're ones you can do so.
Yes,
Don't get
Snacks
over your
will
head.
hunt creatures he is capable of hunting. If Snacks sees a creature that would be a formidable hunt, Snacks will take it with gusto. If Snacks is in overhead, Snacks will plan accordingly.
All right. Be careful then.
You will know if Snacks is in trouble. Snacks will come running, pulling beast to your location. You have horse, height advantage, and long sword. Snacks expect you to bear brunt of beast's ramming speed attack, so that Snacks can jump on back and stab.
Well, I'm glad I'm useful.
Very useful. Extremely strong. Have mount. Very, very useful. Very strong. Fast too. Faster than Snacks. Scales hard.
As he just jumps on your shoulder and like wraps on your arm.
See?
Hmm.
Very useful. Teeth sharp, claws sharp, well maintained, not rotting. Useful.
He then hops off your shoulder and back on the ground.
All right. Take care of yourself. Make some
Yes.
Isaac, and try to make some friends while you're here as well.
Oh, Snacks
Who's-
not here
who's-
for friends, but Snacks can tell, it's just like home.
Is he
Snacks
just like
assert dominance over blue kobold, tiny weak kobold, hunt kobold.
Stacks
for
just
sport.
says like just like home as he just gestures to some kobolds whispering to each other and pointing in Stax's direction.
Mhm. You know what? Delon, I'm gonna give him some inspiring words. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna roll persuasion as well because I like snacks. Isaac. Remember, Snacks, you can be whatever kind of being you want to be, as long as you put your heart and effort into it.
Didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, call for spirits, destroy everything!
Kill off
Yeah!
Spirit Guardians
Remember,
to attack
Snacks,
the
you can be
kobolds.
anything you want to be as long as you have polymorph.
True. In D&D setting, it's like, through hard work and efforts and clear focus, you can prove to be any suitable being of your purpose that you can choose. Even in a practical sense. Be a good hunter for them, and they'll fall in line with you. They'll see the effort you put forth, and their reservations will be removed on time. Remember that, and you will succeed.
You see
You
Snacks
understand?
is like tail wag a bit.
Yes, Stacks understand. Become best hunter. Unrespect. Other kobolds listen.
Yes, and that's just the beginning, my friend. Other things will follow.
Like dragon transformation.
Even before that, a stronger version of you will become.
Stronger Stacks is dragon.
then you'll have to prove that and show it.
Yes.
Until then, I will leave you in your care. Again, let me know if you ever need any help.
I, Captain.
He immediately turns around after doing a salute, puts his pack on his back, and you just see his head bobbing as he marches confidently up to the job board, looks at it a few, and immediately jumps up and snatches like 5 papers off the wall.
That sounds good. Yeah. Legit. I'll return with everybody else. I do have an idea for Rem and I, if you don't mind.
Uh-huh. Well, let me just graduate my damn confirmation class and we can talk about it.
Yeah, go for it, brother.
I've been dying for this, and I want what's rightfully
It's
mine.
revenge time.
I want my property,
Go for it.
my legal slave.
Hey, we're on YouTube.
Yeah, I want my property.
Southern farm owner, mine owner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know what I'm mostly doing, so go do whatever you gotta do, man.
Yeah, me too.
Alrighty. So what's the game plan, everybody?
Well, for me, was essentially, I'm gonna do my graduation class. Hopefully get my Warforged finally. Then, with it in tow, go back to the library, get all the informations I need, want.
As for me, shoot. If I recall, look at the research divine artifacts. Probably help out Rem's Gildas when looking about magical. This has been the same thing about magical artifacts, divine artifacts, how to find them,
Alrighty.
stuff like that. I also want to learn spells.
So
and
which
stuff.
would also, and Bub, what were Bub gonna do before I go that way? What were you gonna do here, Bub? Just so I know.
I posted the list earlier, but the first thing I'm gonna do is report to the Blue Dragon.
Alrighty. So then I'm
Oh,
going
yeah, and then look up
to
historical
probably
sites.
start with Gildos, then I'll move to Delon, then back into Bub. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
So I think Bub is eating, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Eating
Alrighty.
other kobolds.
What do you think we do with the kobolds who die on jobs?
Recycle them.
Helpful? Is it helpful to the end?
That would be real fucked up.
Nothing lost, everything transformed.
That'd be so funny though. I'm not gonna lie.
Alrighty, so starting with Gildos. So Gildos, you're going to the conjuration class then?
Exactly. Like, surprise, bitch, I lived.
Alrighty, so you go to apply for the conjuration class again, and you find that a wind djinn is just kind of floating there. He looks up your name and he gives you a confused look. I'm not quite sure why you're applying for the same class again. You're still enrolled. You've just gone on a bit of a vacation.
Exactly.
Would you like to
See?
return this class to active status?
Well, yes. Although, I'm pretty sure I'll be graduating by the end of the day, so...
Very confident. We love to see it.
Well, then... I assume it's the same teacher, right?
Yes.
Then, do you want me to say hello? And hopefully get my damn... diploma. Shall we say?
Alrighty, Gildos. So you see the Winjin just kind of like stamp something. move a folder around and then just like hand you a little key essentially.
Uh-huh.
And with that, you make your way back to the similar classroom that you saw before. When you make your way over there, you find that there's a door that was the classroom. It's completely there's no wooden door frame on. You see some tape is like taped over the door, and that there's singe marks, burn marks, and like some rubble around the door frame, and the entire classroom just looks like it exploded. You notice that precisely 10 feet to the left is a new doorway that didn't seem to be there, and it has a freshly painted door on it. It says conjuration classes.
Mhm. Probably the necromancy class has something to do with it. But I'm not judging. So yeah, let's enter the new door.
Alrighty, so as you enter the new door, you walk in and you find that the class doesn't have that many students in at the moment. There's a few here. You notice one familiar face from before. They have like half their head is bald. It looks like they just have lost half the hair on their head. Actually, the whole side of their face, the whole side of the body is bandaged actually, and their hands are extremely calloused. They look like they've been trying really hard to make their golem, but they just still can't keep doing it even a few months later.
Keep at it, my man.
When you step into
Here's
the class,
my
you
practice.
see the teacher give you a once-over, pause for a moment, and then, aha! Excellent! Sit down, sit down. He goes into much the same lessons as before, with multiple gripings about, for those of you who were here while the classroom was being remodeled. No, the necromancy class had nothing to do with the explosion in the prior
Yeah, right.
existing classroom. Stop asking. No, we're not. Though there will be no repercussions for this action. If you continue pressing on it, I will draft you into my night classes.
See, I knew it.
You see a few people
Yeah.
seem to keep pressing, and then they get asked. He demands that they come to night classes, and you see a few of them like high five under the table. Then you hear, because you've got such good perception, you hear a few mumble, "Those necromancy bastards are gonna get it."
Like, seriously, how bad would you have to be to just go on for like more than one generation with you?
Wizards can be some of the pettiest people on the planet.
They're like real life scientists.
Yeah.
A series of passive aggressive.
This is an unsanctioned use of magical energy.
Ah, come on. Thank God we don't have harpers here. Oh, is that a girl I see? That's not very Catholic, is it?
But alrighty, the class goes as usual, and eventually, all the students are given the same task: create the golem. And he basically leaves you to your own devices. Some of the students gather around in the corner, whisper to each other, and they head off in a group. They were the ones who high-fived under the table. They seem to be just heading off on their own.
Uh-huh. Well then, I shall build my own golem too.
Gildas says, "I'm too old for classroom shenanigans of like pranking the other class for pranking the other fraternity. I'm here to learn, damn it."
Yeah. I'm here for my work first. Yeah. Create some golems in like thingamajig.
You notice that
Oh.
instead of using gold as a material this time, he's using silver.
Uh-huh. So when I say that, I'll just like throw the teacher and say, "Did you have a budget cut?"
Not officially.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, silver's fine.
Silver is an excellent use, very pure, very
very miraculous to use. Tarnishable, unfortunately.
And then he kind of like frowns and turns around, returning to his work.
Right. Well, let's get to it then.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
Gildos, make me an Arcana roll.
Alright. Ayo, don't fail me now. 18.
Very nice.
Well, I mean, this is like the first part was like actually sampling him. Like I haven't put my vitality or something inside yet.
Make me a history roll.
Oh boy. Alright, brain. 16.
All right. Make me a another Arcana roll.
Alright. Arcana. Boom. With the power of the goddesses with me, I will. Bang. 50. 33.
Alrighty. So, how do you create your silver golem?
Well, you know what? For the assembling, it's pretty easy, right? Because I can fucking cheat. And I'm actually going to use my channel divinity to make it like even easier,
Alrighty then.
make it faster. So like, yeah, I can actually create the limbs out of the silver and all that. I mean, they are nicely detailed. I would put in my little family crest on it. Until the in the end, it's like a nice little human-sized golem. Not too much detail. It's like just like enough that it's aesthetically pleasing. And then, yeah, with the magical part, I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do it. So I'm just gonna let Io take the wheel on that. And yeah, I mean, technically I did use life transference that one time. So with like what Io told me, what I already know, like what I can do with life transference, I'm gonna do something along those lines. Just not transferring a whole lot of my life energy into it, just like enough so that it can work and like essentially, yeah, enough so that it can gain sentience, like can move.
Alrighty. So you pull the pieces together to look humanoid in shape. Then it's blocky, doesn't have a face, and just mostly like looks like a mannequin that's bulky and made of silver. But then you channel your divinity with that. Then you put some life energy into it, and then you do the final bit. And as you hear like a humming, and then you see the arms like flail in like a whirring motion, which makes you at first worry it's going to explode. But then the whirring stops on a dime, and one arm immediately goes down. One salutes you, and then it just kind of stands there, ready and at attention, still saluting. You actually hear the professor turn around when the whirring happened, and he actually looked around the room to see if anyone else was there, and then you saw him suddenly cast a spell on himself. When the whirring stopped, though, and it saluted, you see him raise a bushy eyebrow and walk over to you. He like walks casually around your golem, just looking it up and down, looking at his reflection in the, just kind of up and down, and then he slowly pulls his hand away from his chin and snaps his head to you.
He cats. You would.
Well,
I don't know what you did on your vacation. Clearly, you should keep doing it.
so since I have an answer ready for him, and like, so there's a desk at the bottom of the classroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna, where he was standing, I was gonna do that and say, well, I've had a year of field practice, so should that really be surprising that this is the result?
I see.
He's impressed by your Guardian of Faith spell as well.
Very nice. It makes sense that such a simple golem was of no consequence to you.
Well, it was also the first time I won for the round up. Oh, last time the golem was already made, and he hit me in the face. Today is different.
Very, very nice.
He walks over to a desk, writes something on it, rolls it up, then grabs a stamp and stamps it on the rolled up piece of paper, and then thrusts his hand out to you.
Here you go. And you've earned it.
Uh-huh. So I take it, say, and if I'm understanding things right, I get to keep this one as well, right?
Indeed. It is proof, along with that frivolous diploma, of your actual skill in golem crafting.
Well, then, as part of my bargain, there's a certain goddess. I'll walk up to my own golem, and I'll say, you will respond to the name Iolos. Was that satisfactory?
It salutes at you again and nods.
Hello. You're made from myself, so really looking forward to how you'll be. But for now, at ease and follow me.
It lowers
Get
its
some
hand,
peruse.
and you notice that it follows you in like not super close proximity, but it does follow like almost like a soldier would. Though every once when you go through the door frame, you actually hear like a thunk, and it kind of like takes a step back and crouches and then walks through the door frame, kind of pulling its big old silver metal arms together as it squeezes through the door frame.
Well, you know what? Actually, before we go further, I'll look inside my priest bag. And, like, just give him my robes, my priest robes, and say, wear this. Wouldn't want to have you walk around naked, although you made of metal.
He kind of like shrugs and takes them from you. He seems to fiddle with them for a while before finally managing to put one arm through each one and then kind of like tie it together. The golem seems quite quick to learn things.
That's good. Yeah, to the library. When I'm there, I'll tell you what kind of book I'll take.
Alrighty. So while you're going to the library, I'll move to Delon real quick. So Delon, Gildos went off to apply for a class and then take it. What did you do in the
Mhm.
meantime?
Well, I got a lot of read, but I should also probably learn some spells and such. So I'm actually gonna speak with Eleanor briefly, see where she is.
All right. As you go to find where Eleanor is, you find that Eleanor is standing near Ophelia, and has a hand on her hip as she's talking to someone.
Uh-oh. Alright, I'll approach.
Yes, I understand she is a very phenomenal person. But please kindly quit pestering her. She's here to study. I meant no ill offense. Studying is a miraculous endeavor, one all creatures such as ourselves should study and strive for. I simply was enamored with her divine radiance as well as her divine necromancy. I simply could not help myself, and I insisted on seeking and understanding that divinity within her.
The figure in front of you has a. He's wearing a white suit with a white high collar with gold trim all on his outfit. His eyes have a golden glow to him, and he has a kind of like a scarf that looks like it's made of light. His fingers have like golden claw-like things attached to the tips of his fingers, kind of like ornaments. And he has just silken golden hair. When you get closer to him, Dawn, you'll also see that he has a bit of a halo over his head.
Which one of those?
Yeah. Presumably, this is what an Asimir looks like.
Which one of those?
Yeah, one of those.
Eleanor seems to nod at him, but is still standing between him and Ophelia.
I understand that once again, but kindly quit pestering her. I am not pestering, merely asking questions, such as where you came to be, from whence have you come, who were you before you were brought back. I'm simply fascinated. And you won't take no for an answer. Who takes no as answers in the miraculous endeavor of academics?
I guess the one will approach and say earnestly. Is there an issue?
Eleanor turns to you.
A bit.
The Asimir turns to you. Not at all, my good gentleman. Ophelia simply speaks up as well.
Only slightly, Sir Knight.
I see.
And you're always like, we have a major situation, darling.
Alright, I go for the legs, you go for the top. Slice right down the middle. Clean and quick.
He actually seems, upon seeing you, he gives you a once-over before bringing a hand up to his chin. Interesting. Tell me, most of the Dragonborn here have not been forthcoming with their transformation process. What can you tell me of your transcendence from one form to another with your Pearl Lady's magnificent radiance?
Like, Talon actually glances over to Eleanor and Ophelia. No, you weren't kidding. He was very blunt with his questioning.
Yes, he is.
If I answer this... Go ahead.
Ophelia nods as well.
He's very persistent. I simply wish to continue reading this scroll. It's quite the good scroll, I assure you. I have read it at least 16 times myself.
I see. Then, if it will suffice in your curiosity, I will answer your question. Equally earnestly. You wish to know how I became in this form. Yes?
I wish to know how it affected you, what it is like after the fact. I wish to understand that process that you went through. I do not need to
Well.
know the specific requirements you fulfilled to obtain such a magnificent splendor, just to understand the end result.
I would argue the process that went into making the moment was just as crucial as the moment itself, but fine, if it will sate your curiosity, so be it. I was bathed in fire. When I came out, I was not. I was now dragonborn.
Interesting. So then your Pearl Lady breathed her radiant flames upon you, and the flames licked away at the inferior form of humanity before you, and transcended to dragonborn status.
No, it was the aspect of humanity that she enhanced, not licked away. Not reforged, just made more of.
Pardon my
fine.
pardon my curiosity, but how can one enhance something when there's nothing of inherent value within it?
Okay, Delon actually tilts his head. I'm sorry, what?
How can one enhance something when there is nothing of inherent value within it? Humans are short-lived, pathetic, antagonistic. They tend to bring off incredible misunderstandings non-stop. And, to be quite blunt, they're terrified of new ideas. Oh, and most of them need to be led.
He's lucky that I'm not nearby.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. I actually would imagine just if this was like a series, you just see like Gildas slowly take out the club from like his backside.
Way to prove my point, barbaric human.
No, it's like every time the choices come up, club is an option.
Yeah, exactly. Club. If this was like a Wrath of the Righteous, always the option for club for Gildas. Always the option. No, okay. How's this long actually gonna refer to this? I believe you. Sir, I believe you fundamentally misunderstand humanity.
Humans tend to be quite short-lived. This is factually incorrect. Additionally, they are scared of new ideas, as well as strangers. They attack things or attempt to conquer things they don't understand. And they need to be led by a king or a lord.
There are factual misinterpretations. I'll start with the first. Human beings are short-lived. That is factually correct. We do have a lifespan of within a century or so, if we're fortunate. Though this can be increased or shortened depending on war, famine, or however which else other factors. Same as any other race. And if we're going to speak on racial principles, humans actually last quite a bit longer than certain others. It's only when you compare it to, of course, presumption, of course, of your race and Elvish and other dwarves and other long-living races. Fine, I'll concede that notion.
The older, more divine, more radiant, as well as superior races, yes.
Let's see, what was the second thing he said? Something into...
They attack things they don't understand.
I understand. They attack things they don't understand. All things attacking things we don't understand. While we do have an inherent there is a trying to understand. I would say humans actually have a far more willingness to and mindfulness to learn new ideas and concepts. It's actually one of our most advantageous principles. Not in conquering of flesh, of conquering our lands, but of conquering you in ideals, and in doing so, making bonds, creating help, allowing dreams to flourish. That is what is naturally what a human being can be and what it inspires to be. I've met many different races and other different creeds, and no disrespect to any of those other creeds, they all have their strengths and weaknesses. But I think you fail to recognize one of the greatest aspects of human beings is our ability to dream and aspire, and to choose to do so within the short time frame that they're allowed, we accomplish great things.
You
New
accomplish great
ideas.
things merely because you're terrified of being forgotten.
Aside from allowing oneself to lay and be fat and arrogant, and let time pass them by as if that's not a valuable commodity.
Time is a valuable commodity for all mortal creatures, but for the divine it is not. Divinity, you see, is the peak of all things. After all, from my incredibly long time spent studying this topic, I believe that humans quite consistently fear and bow to divinity. Why? You speak of their ability to empathize, to reach out and commune with other creatures more unlike themselves. Yet when was the last time they tried to do so with a dragon? With creatures of divinity.
A dragon is many things. Divine, that goes into an area of supremacy that even within dragonkin I would very hesitate to give.
You
Very
might hesitate to
fairy.
do so, but I would not. Dragons are divine.
Mm. And that is your perception of it. And then I will address the last concern. Thirdly, that human beings need to be led, that we can't do so on our own. Wrong. We do not need to be led. We choose to. That is a very specific difference. We want to be united under one leadership. It's not necessary. We can survive just on our own in small groups and live quite comfortable lives. But when a greater cause asks, when a greater cause wishes to become more than what we are and to show the innate strength of humanity, of course we're going to want to join and become.
You know, I'm quite enjoying this debate on theology. It's very entertaining and enlightening. Are you a student here yourself? I found many of the students within this bastion of learning to be incredibly unforthcoming with their own debates and arguments.
You do come off as slightly condescending. That might be it.
That should not stop a scholar from debating with another scholar. What kind of scholar simply refuses to even acknowledge or defend their viewpoints by comparing them and contrasting them with my own? If they just choose not to, then they're unintentionally admitting that their scholarly pursuits are inferior and mine are correct.
You might misunderstand that principle. What you misunderstand is fear might be anxiety instead. A small difference, but sure. They might not have the confidence to which you prescribed, one that is gained from learned and education and knowledge. And in doing so, you have bullied knowledge from them. That is no way for a scholarly pursuit. I have no fear of you. That way, we are equals.
One should not be so terrified, frightful, or anxious. If you are a scholar, you must compare yourself to the scholars of the highest order. You must consistently be understanding of what you learn and the power of what you have learned. A scholar cannot be unconfident, flightful, or anxious. If one is, then they're hardly a scholar at all.
I can see your metric, but everyone starts somewhere else. Not everyone starts in the same place, or have the same feelings and confidence. You must at least allow that understanding, that factor, to be determinant.
Of course, and
And
until they've
just
become
so.
confident, as they should be, they shouldn't be classifying themselves as a scholar. Merely an apprentice or a student.
I can agree to that testament. We all are learning in our own prospects, and as long as you adhere to that principle, you should at least get more out of your conversations than otherwise.
Of course, of course. Now then, what brings you to the section on divinity?
I suppose the same reason in which you are here. I have questions, and I have uses of it.
Well then, if you have questions on divinity, I can of course inform you of anything that I have studied. It is only with
Tell me.
divinity that I am 100% confident in everything that I've learned about it, and I am more than eager to share it with you.
Oh, is that so? Then come. Let us set a table. I have been meaning to study. Perhaps you can point me out on good books. Delon's actually gonna like gesture, and he's actually gonna look back at Eleanor and Ophelia and give them a wink.
Eleanor and Ophelia, Eleanor actually nods. Ophelia nods as well. They begin walking away. The figure actually pauses briefly, looks over your shoulder. Ladies, I'm afraid it was quite rude of me. I will of course continue to compare notes with you both later. But as is, a more scholarly person has arrived. Please understand. Eleanor glares and grits her teeth. Yes, we understand, don't we, Ophelia? Yes, we do. We shall be heading this way.
Hmm.
So the figure returns to you, gives you one nod, and snaps his fingers, and you see that a bit of light-like magic seems to whirl around the room. It pulls a table closer, stacks some books up, and a quill stands at attention with a piece of paper underneath it as he just kind of walks over and sits at the table.
Oh, fascinating. Is this a cantrip?
A cantrip of my design. Simply readies a table. With whatever you need that is currently at your disposal, it all pulls together into a nice, orderly fashion. But where are my manners? He extends one hand to you. So.
I am Sir Delon Vasilius Guillemette. Oh man. He extends his hand out as well.
He shakes your hand. Despite his lithe form, he has an incredibly strong grip. Though he doesn't seem to be applying needless amounts of pressure, it's just something you notice.
Delon will gesture to his chair. It is his table. Letting him sit first.
Oh, he's already sat.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Delon will sit then next. Soul, was it? Is that a family name?
No, it is a name that I was given.
Are you from Asterion proper?
No, I am a traveler.
Where from? I've been across the land of Canes recently.
There is a certain den within the Savage Lands, within which I reside. It is a small. Have you heard of the Drow enclaves? Imagine something similar, filled with tieflings and Asimir.
I have actually been to the enclaves. I was not aware there was one for your kin.
It is not an enclave, but it is a similar sort of system.
I see. You seem talented enough to move on. And now you're coming to here. In the pursuit of divinity, you said, yes?
Yes, I find the concept of divinity simply fascinating. My favorite topics of conversation are the Kingslave, divinity itself, dragons, and of course divine artifacts. I find them all intricately intertwined and woven together.
I see. Well, when it comes to that pursuit, I can't say I'm dissimilar. I'm actually currently on the quest to seek the Kingsglaive.
Excellent. How has that been going?
I have learned quite a bit. Unfortunately, the Kingsglaive is no closer to be gained, but I have now understood where its whereabouts lie. Not necessarily exactly where, but I understood what happened to it.
I see.
Hmm.
Then, You understand that it was whisked away from the palace at some point shortly after the king's death. Well, very likely within the last 2 hours of his death.
More than likely, yes, I was made aware of that fact.
You also know that it's not currently within the denizens or realm of Canes.
That is also correct. I was informed of it, his wish.
Do you also know of the chosen process of how it is chosen?
That was far more difficult to ascertain. But yes, I was allowed a criteria.
Shall we compare notes?
Please.
Well then, what I've currently learned of the choosing process is some sort of rite of passage where a token of sorts is given to worthy candidates. What these qualifiers are is seemingly kingly attributes. Doesn't seem to matter what kind of a king, simply king-like attributes. A token would be given to one, and when the token is obtained, eventually the token owners will gather or meet, and once they've met, the final one to keep their token, the one most worthy, the token will transmogrify into the King's Glaive.
I was not aware of this token process, but I was aware of the traits necessary.
Fascinating.
Do you know of that process?
The traits?
Yes.
Mine mostly know they are king-like traits. Things like strength, the ability to lead, confidence, the ability to seek unions with others. I believe there's also examples of ruthlessness. Might perhaps spring one up, or ruthlessness but with purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Uncalled for ruthlessness with no reason is unlikely to warrant such a token. If that were the case, some of the common vagabonds of Nibelheim would have been more than capable of obtaining a token.
Fair enough. Yes, although I think you're missing some very clear differences. There is the very strong trait of selflessness, the ability to understand to do what you must, and to do it yourself, or the ability and the confidence to be humble, not be arrogant about it. There's also the ability to be a mountain to stand behind, to be kind, caring, and insightful, with the ability to understand others and their own understandings.
Those all sound like kingly traits to me.
Let's see. How did you come by the knowledge of these traits and these tokens? I studied this library, I didn't see any of it.
He seems to look around a little bit before leaning in closer. Between you and me, I'm a bit of a grave robber.
Okay, Delon's like, all right, lowering scale. Already, I was neutral on this guy. You're losing points with Delon. What?
Never so bad as those of Nebulum. But I tend to go to temples, derelict places, abandoned, or perhaps consecrated sites, and I like to study and learn of the places, the customs painted on murals and walls. Quite recently, I made my way to an underwater temple and to be thrown off forcibly by a giant water elemental. I was forced to leave with licking my wounds with my tail between my legs.
Fortunate. Well, he's like, if you truly desire, you can always go back and find it. It's now above the surface.
Really?
Aye. We recently restored it, thanks to one of my compatriots, who is a moon druid.
Excellent. I might make a venture there once I go on vacation. I've finished studying everything that I can of worth in this Tower of Learning.
But you say you've been stumbling on these different temples. Would you care to perhaps mark it on a map of mine?
Oh yes, of course.
I'm going to unseal my map and magically take it out.
He
Let's see.
gestures on the map as soon as you do
Mhm.
so. This one here.
Let's see. Was it a derelict? Do you know which one it was for?
Oh yes, it was a temple of Bridget. Quite a lot of meandering corpses wandering about, but they were paltry, simple beasts that could be easily avoided. The disease inside was quite troublesome, but with a few well-placed preparations, I was able to stave it off.
You're very fortunate. There was a corpse flower demeaning and creating all those creatures.
Oh yes, the creature loved to hang from the vinery. I simply shrouded myself from its gaze and wandered around studying little pieces of Bahamut and Tiamat's temple walls.
Hmm. Well, you can also be thankful. We restored that one as well.
Really? Whereas I call myself an archaeologist, you seem to be more of a restorationist.
Well, it's not what is it? Well, I'm not one to allow a good deed to be undone. So, why not do so? In any case, the corpse flower has been taken care of, and the body's laid to rest.
Truly miraculous.
But where else did you say you were going to?
I went to a temple in Gloucester, another wood of Bridget, where I studied some things. There's quite a lot of wandering undead.
Wandering undead.
Yes, they had a bit
Is
of a putrid black aura to them. Just being around them made me feel deathly ill. I chose not to linger for very long, so I didn't quite learn much of worth.
The one is going to circle that on his map and token that thought later.
It's already been
Ruh-roh.
circled. Cause well, I got my dream.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's right there.
yeah, buddy.
I also
And
quite recently found myself within a temple of high elves. Now, getting inside of that temple was quite difficult, but I did manage it. Took some masquerading. I used a name long since forgotten, and one I'd already gotten permission from the owners of to use, Hemlock, and then I simply ingested a potion to make myself look like one of them.
I see.
Turns out high elves value names and titles and ranks so much that even a poor actor can pull off a bit of subterfuge while meandering his way around.
You don't say.
I then obtained the item that I needed from them, returned the hemlocks and returned it to them, as well as the cloak which I had borrowed.
I see. These hemlocks, I've read of them. What are they like?
Oh, it's very difficult to describe. If you can stomach their appearance and move past their strange features, you'll find them incredible bastions of knowledge.
See. And these are the most recent ones you've been to.
Oh, there's more. I traveled into the mountain ranges, and I'd heard of an underground group of people. Cultists, they were called. Well, if I've learned anything in my many years on this planet, cultists are very knowledgeable people. And they shouldn't just be wiped out, they should be studied, analyzed, listened to. So I went my way into this tavern, where I'd heard of them before, after finding the location from an old brown gentleman. Quite the smoker and drinker, that. Just simply needed to give him some good brandy and trade some information. He was more than helpful to tell me that I could go there and where they were. Though he promised me that someone like myself would have quite a lot of difficulty getting past the front door. No need. I simply shrouded myself and made my way inside. I did not expect this large eye in the middle of a pit, though, to see me. I was thrown out, but I got what I needed.
Why? If I may ask, why the subterfuge?
It's easier. If I were to follow all the common channels, move through and actually make with all the bureaucracy, I'd never make any progress. What I could do in just a few weeks would take months. Besides, I'm not harming anything. I'm not being malicious. I'm simply there to study. That's all I need.
So you say. I feel you miss the spirit of academia when you do so.
Nonsense. The spirit of academia is knowledge and learning. And those with knowledge should share it with those without it. There's a certain joy that can be had with sharing your knowledge with another who is less fortunate than yourself.
I'm not so certain on that aspect of it. I agree with you on the sharing of knowledge, but I feel when you gain it, it doesn't feel earned. It just feels cheaper.
One man's cheap good could be another man's expensive commodity.
Let's see. And these people, if I recall correctly, they are the gift, yes?
Ah, you know of them.
I do. I've heard much about them, actually. I was intrigued. But the eye in the pit, that I did not know.
Well, I don't quite understand it. It's an eye, as big as this very room, sitting in the bottom of a pit. You may not see it at first, but the longer you gaze, the more you can perhaps eventually become aware of what you're looking at. I learned much from staring into it, but I was thrown out shortly after. One could go mad with such knowledge.
And where else have you been?
I made my way to Nebulum for a time. I went to some of their common churches, seeing with all these old derelict churches that were built long before the actual city of Nebulum itself was any of worth. Sadly, I learned very little of actual interest there.
See.
I did come across an artifact of divinity there, but I could not simply bring it with me. It refused my hand.
Oh. And
Yes.
what artifact was it?
It was a jeweled scabbard. Some sort of charm or bauble. One that could be worn around one's neck. Looked like a dragon's claw. Beautifully made. But when I attempted to take it, I was struck with racking pain and agony, and it became heavier than anything that I could ever conceptualize. I believe it rejected me. But divinity is a mysterious mistress, and if she deems that I am unworthy of grasping her, then so be it. There are other divine artifacts that I could attempt to gather. It's not my place to fight her on it.
Nor should you. For all that you've understood for divinity, you seem to misunderstand the very metric of it. Why do you not think you could grasp it?
Because it deemed me unworthy, simple as that. And if it deemed me unworthy, it is divinity, therefore it must be true. There's no questions about it.
Why do you think you are unworthy?
That is not for me to speculate or to know.
Oh, I disagree. I think that's the fundamental question.
No. We clearly disagree. If I was worthy, it would be simple as that. It would be mine. If I am unworthy, then I simply need to prove myself and come back and become worthy. If I'm still unworthy, I just go back to the drawing board.
How can
Only
you
when
do
one
so?
has made themselves worthy of a divine artifact can they grasp it.
But how would you
Wasting
be able to
time
do-
conceptualizing why you're unworthy is just it's just a waste of precious time. Instead, you should just change yourself into what you believe to be worthy for it. Move yourself in directions and places more accepting of divinity. Pull yourself closer to it.
And how would one do so? You just make it happen, as if you were drinking what is it called? A poly juice, something rather. You just transform into something else. Easy as that. Snap of the finger.
Naturally, you simply perform actions and deeds that make yourself more worthy of divine radiance.
Well, say you do so. Yes, you save. Alright, here's an example. You save a life. But you save a life knowing that. Not caring for the life that you save, but just save the life just for saving the life. Is that more or less morally correct? More divine than actually caring about the life you save?
It's neither. You saved the life, that is the action performed, that is a life saved. The fact of the matter is the life was saved. It need not matter why you saved them, simply that they were saved. More good was done than bad. That's enough.
I fundamentally disagree with that. I think that has almost everything to do with not just the action, but the intent as well. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think there's an inherent tie.
If I am paid 3,000 gold by a lord to save 300 citizens from a horrible plague that is infesting their crops, is that necessarily morally questionable that I am being paid to save lives? Or is it simply a good deed that I happen to be being paid for?
Did you rebuke the prophet when first given?
Why would one do such a thing? If one is performing a service, a service is, of course, something that you do. You must be compensated for all services provided.
Again, fundamentally, if you had misgivings about the money never mattered. The principle, you were doing so because you wished to do so, and that was the purest of intent. The coin then becomes something that can be easily taken away. The monetary gain was then secondary. You rebuked it in the initial asking. It was not your concern. You have bestowed upon yourself honor and a service of understanding, of intent. If they pay you anyways, it is a boon, not a payment. Your service should never have mattered regardless of the monetary gain, because it was a service from the start. Again, fundamental difference, not a simple one.
I am quite enjoying this. I think this is a fundamental difference in our understandings of the world. I believe we've milked the worth of this topic at hand, so nothing more can be gleaned from it. You believe that the intent matters more than the action, meanwhile I believe the others.
So, then, if that is the case, perhaps moving over to a more factual base then. Something easier then, we can both agree on. I am in search of books that will speak more of divinity. You've searched this library. I am also looking for research to do research about divine artifacts and divine historical sites of significance, or even sites of significance to begin with. Would you happen to know these knowledge places, and could you, since you're so willing to share, give me a list so I can research on my own time?
Of course. He actually snaps his fingers again,
Mhm.
and some books fly off the shelf, stacking themselves in front of you. These
Oh,
will
shit.
suffice.
Thank you.
As for locations where I've already found some artifacts, here you go. They were unworthy of me, and so if they were unworthy of me, then it makes sense they'd be unworthy of most others. If you're worthy, however, more power to you. You found some trace of divinity within yourself, which earned their respect.
I see. Pray thee. Should one do or able to wield it, I'm assuming you would then ask how they had attained so, would you not?
I will find myself to you, yes.
That was not the question I was asking, but sure. Well, it has been illuminating, this discussion, but I have other pursuits I must engage in.
Illuminating is quite the humorous exchange, isn't it?
Yes. Well, take care, and if I might say so, perhaps reduce the ego. It engages in proper conversation. Not all are like myself, where I am not as offended.
Nonsense. There's no offense needed, no offense to be had. Simply two scholars having an honest conversation.
Indeed. Take care then, Soul. Sir Soul.
Thank you.
I'm going to head back to Eleanor and Ophelia and make sure this guy isn't fucking bothering him at this point. Cool. I know he will. And you can go to Buff now. I'm sorry.
Alrighty.
I didn't
You're
mean to
good.
take up as much time.
That's fine.
So, Bub.
Yep.
I love that Riv's just laughing like he's such an asshole.
No, I'm laughing because the picture I saw.
Oh,
I
okay.
hate him.
Yeah, of course you hate him.
Are we gonna have to throw down? What the fuck?
See
Funny.
why I'm laughing?
Mm-hmm. But alrighty, Bub. So you're making your way towards the Blue Dragon to report in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So you make your way up the stairs, kind of like moving on past several kobolds, some other students. You see you move past like a Blue Dragonborn here or there. When you make your way up to the door, you notice that the door is currently locked, which usually means that the Blue Dragon is studying or doing some experiments or something along those lines. Though you do know that your blue scale was upgraded by the Blue Dragon the last time you were here.
Okay, and is he in his study at the moment?
Yes, you would assume so. The door is closed.
Okay. Is there like somebody? Is there like a doorman?
No, the door's just closed, and you can tell it's like magically locked. But your scale, which is a key, was upgraded last time you were here, so you would know that an upgraded scale means you can now open more doors, kind of a thing.
All right. So first I map it to the C button, and then I press it to activate it in front of the door.
Alright, so you bring up the blue scale, and you actually see it glows, the same color as the Blue Dragon when he's channeling lightning, and then you see the door glow, and and quite literally disappear, as if it was never there to begin with. Inside, you can see the blue dragon in his dragon form, with his claws, fiddling with something, and you can see just a rather large ball of just pure lightning is floating above the blue dragon's head. He's holding it with his tail, and he's fiddling with something on a table.
So, Bub's gonna stand at attention and do a kobold salute and say, "Blue Dragon, sir. Bub is back, reporting for duty with his report."
Oh. Hello, Bub. Hold on. Give me one moment.
You see as like the blue electric energy just seems to like surge in your direction for a brief moment before the blue dragon like kind of squeezes it with his tail and pulls it back into a ball. Eventually, you just hear him go,
Ah, fiddlesticks.
and he just kind of drops some tweezers in from his dragonic claws, and he takes the ball of electrical energy and kind of like puts it into a crystal-looking sphere, and you realize that the electrical energy was a lightning elemental.
Cool.
He turns around. You see that he's wearing like a cloak that like a robe, open robe that a professor would wear or something, but his is like dragon-sized, and he's got a monocle on.
Ah,
You see him glow for a moment, and he turns back. He turns into his more human-looking form, which is just a giant,
The gnome.
giant gnome, essentially.
sorry about that, Bub. I was deep engrossed in my research. Now then. How has your trip been?
Attention. Get closer, and I say, "I have many things to report, sir. Would you like to hear the detailed version or the simple version?"
The more details, the better.
Bub was there for 5 days.
Like, seriously, it would totally be like that. Well, on the first day, seriously, like Bub will literally give him like every detail.
So if you're going to do this, you will be here for probably like 3 days or something, talking with him. He'll get you
I
some
doubt it
food
would
and
actually
drinks.
take that long. But I mean, what if I make this arc happen too long?
No, I mean, it's fair enough. But Bub would follow his instructions. He's like, the more details, the better. He'd probably stop you to ask questions, so it would
Yeah,
take
I
3 days
mean-
anyways.
I mean, it's in character for me to take like a few days. I mean, I can make a roll for it if you'd prefer, but
You could try to make
Yeah,
a
man.
roll
You do
to
whatever.
articulate it faster. Sure. Make
no,
me.
he need to articulate it in much detail as possible, not caring about time.
Oh, not caring
Because
about
of what-
time. Okay.
Yeah, because of what he would say. Oh, my stomach.
Ate too much.
That just feels weird.
Make me a. Make me a performance roll.
Oh no, I haven't taken performance class. 19.
Nice. Classic Bub. No modifier. 19.
Let's go, dude.
Also classic Bub. No modifier. That one.
Facts.
If it was really a factual, still, it would be +9 modifier. That one.
Sad.
But alright, Bub, you take, you're gonna take a few days to describe in very good details to the Blue Dragon about your journey so far. Is there anything like of specific note that you want to try to focus on while you're
So,
detailing?
of the greatest importance are me describing, my dreams and the corruption, and then us dealing with the corruption in various parts of the world, and what I learned about the Black Dragon, it's sending around the corruption, and specifically the story of me meeting the different dragons.
All right.
And then at the end mentioning about the brass dragon and me looking into kobolds since he's never had kobolds.
All right.
So we can handle these in a different order because it's kind of a lot.
Yeah, so I'll start with when, as soon as you mention the black dragon, he stops you and goes, why are you mentioning him?
Well, because he's the source of the messing around with the corruption.
Is that so? And you're certain of this, bub?
Insight. 23.
With a 23, you can tell that the blue dragon is like finicking. Like his hands are kind of like tapping his fingers a little bit in like odd places, or he's like clearly unsettled just by the mention of the black dragon.
He tried to kill us all. It was horrible.
Yes, that's what he does, bub. Or worse.
Well, we have to stop him.
Nope. Nope. We don't have to do anything like that. We can just be here, and he can do whatever he wants all the way over there.
He can't, though. He's gonna mess up everything. Even, I think about, even Tiamat and Bahamut thought he was bad news.
Good for them.
I have to actually think about how I'm gonna react to this, because I have been chosen by nature and the moon goddess and my sister just to help deal with this problem. If we don't deal with this problem, then, well, the corrupt power of the Feywild will come everywhere.
Bub, do you quite understand what it is that you're attempting to stop? Allow me to paint you a picture.
And he actually claps his hands, and he then spreads one hand out, and you just see a plethora of color unleashed from his fingertips. Clearly, he's just using magic, and he's basically making a moving painting.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one moment.
Retro, Parkin storytelling, go.
Am I gonna have to beat the blue dragon into shape?
Good
This is
luck.
gonna be not the direction I was expecting, but I'm totally for it.
Bub, the Black Dragon, my older brother, is... Hold on.
The blue dragon was never heard from again.
Dun dun. Bub gets
Dun, dun.
taken out.
Okay, I'm back.
The news cannot be turned around.
But
And fate
the Black
refused to
Dragon,
change.
my older brother, he has power and intimidation. He has the mind of myself with the power of the red, the craftiness of the green, and the tactical and resourcefulness of the white. He is the best of all of us and the most destructive. Bub, do you understand that by attempting to go against him, you will die, or worse, be changed into a minion for him? You might be just pummeled, horribly bullied into a fate of obedience, or your mind might be crushed and rewritten, put back together.
He goes like that for like a minute, and he says, I don't know about all those other things, but It would be fine to die in the service of nature.
Oh, Bub.
And that's okay. I'm a blue kobold. He can't control me.
That's what you'd think, wouldn't it, Bub?
Yes? Question mark?
You see the
And so
blue
that's why
dragon
we've
just
been-
kind of like extend his hand again, and he shows you. It looks like a depiction of a mighty black dragon, like standing over entire armies. But the armies look like terrified, but like glossy-eyed kobolds.
Well, I realized that I couldn't get this alone during our journey. So I've been doing everything I can to get people ready to go against the corruption. And we've made so much progress. Even the elves, as they think very highly of themselves. Even they are willing to help us.
You see, as he sighs, brings a hand to his forehead, just kind of pinching the bridge of his nose for a moment, before he turns back to his dragon form, snaps his fingers, and Delon, Gildas, Eleanor, Ophelia, the rest of you are just pulled into his office, magically teleported.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Baleful teleportation.
This is like, no, my golem friend.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Your
but
golem
go
is
away.
your golem just like you hear it marching down the hallway in your direction. Just like tink 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 before it eventually arrives.
I'm coming, master.
Who needs a mount when you have a golden mount?
Exactly.
Velase has personality. Yes,
Mine
sass.
will, probably.
His name will be Bubbert.
Once you all arrive, Eleanor actually looks for a moment. Headmaster, am I in trouble? Is there a reason I'm in detention?
Not this time.
Ophelia looks around. A very high mastery of magic to teleport those at will within your domain.
So, while we're here,
Poor Yorm.
I didn't plan on coming to see you, so must be a reason.
There is a reason.
Yorm actually peeks up. Damn it! This close. Had it in me hands.
Let's go.
No! Alcohol! My boots! I'm not an alcoholic, I swear.
No, I am an alcoholic. Now hand it over.
It's fine, I'll give him something nice at the end of the session.
Uh,
Once you're all gathered, the blue dragon turns around, back in his fully dragon form, and he just kind of stares.
Have you all been putting ideas in Bub's head about confronting the black?
Delon shakes his head. No, Big Blue Dragon. It's not an idea. I was there. I witnessed it. I saw his eye. I felt his words as they were shouted towards my lady. She knows as well of his presence.
Then
He
she
is
should
coming.
know that we should just get out of his way and let him have what he wants. We'll just take our little parts and move to our own places. Why, you could tell your lady that actually, you could tell my dear sister that I'd be more than happy to make her a little pocket castle too.
Great Blue Dragon. He will not, you know as well as any that he will not stop at just that. He would find a way to find you, no matter what.
Nonsense. He doesn't dabble in magic. How could he simply find a pocket castle when I've expertly hidden it with magic and magical subterfuge? Why, a pocket domain with a castle in it would be quite roomy. Could fit all of our subjects. The whole tower, Asterium.
Would be quite
What's-
convenient, wouldn't it be?
Hmm. And then let's say when he does dabble in magic.
Oh no, he would never do that. Magic is is a fool's errand, completely useless, he says.
What if he's changed his mind?
He doesn't simply just change his mind. Once he's made up his mind, he keeps it that way.
Hmm. Then, tell me then. Tell me if this seems of any sort of magic or ability. A being with horns, armor of black, spreading a corruptive, corrosive nature to it, speaking only in Draconic, or a creature that flaps its wings, sharp as any blade, shrieking in the blackness with a sonic ability, and people wandering the very streets, eyes glazed over, black veins, as if hypnotized.
Nothing but the
Cool.
figments of nightmares.
And you would abandon all of that for an ounce of safety when we
Wouldn't
can make a
you?
stand. I don't have a choice, Your Grace.
My boy, we all have a choice. A choice to live, a choice to run, a choice to survive. Surviving while keeping everything that you've obtained, all of the masterful research projects, your autonomy, your mind, your independence. All of that is quite nice, if I do say so myself.
And how long do you think you'll survive like that?
An exorbitantly long amount of time with the proper amount of planning.
Delon's gonna scratch his head. Great Blue Dragon, my lady asked me to seek counsel with you, to try and seek an alliance with you.
She's
I know
quite
you're-
the foolish one. She should know better than most what happens when you cross him.
It is why she has sought me out. You are not the only one I will seek counsel with. As difficult as it may be, I will do so with the green dragon and the red. They know of his coming. They sense it. Only together will we be able to stop this individual. If we do not, the land of Canes will be gone irrevocably.
A horrible sacrifice in the name of science.
Okay. Actually, you know, F it. I'm going to call in his draconic ability. I'm going to roll performance, and I'm going to call him a coward.
I'm gonna guidance you.
Thank you.
Bubba's just
Crit!
kind of watching.
Crit!
Bubba's just kind of watching this entire interaction. Like
Mhm.
Yeah.
his mouth is like completely agape, and like his eyes look like he's looking far off into the distance, like forlorn, like he's not paying attention.
Mhm,
I've been betrayed.
mhm,
Like
Well, it's
I
like
did-
way worse than that. We'll get into
I
it
like-
though.
mhm.
I did call gods and goddesses,
Thank
especially
you.
gives us as cowards and all. And then boom, here's my blue
Okay.
dragon.
So Delon with that
the
seeing
guidance,
how
by the way.
weekend- Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean,
Make me even more ridiculous. Give me a
You're
30.
not gonna get from Bub, sadly.
Yeah.
it's like
Oh
one
no!
D-
1d4.
1d4, yeah. Here you go.
Oh,
29.
almost. It was
So
a
go ahead.
crit. Okay, so this was a crit for me and 29. So Delon is going to actually inhale a bit. He's going to let a bit of splendor. This would actually be a cool moment if Delon actually had his aura. This would be a cool moment, but I don't know. We don't know what his aura does yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't settled on it.
I'm going to pretend that at least it's showing a bit.
You can
But
do that.
not
You can have
fully.
like a luster radiate from around you.
Yeah. Screw it. Yeah, I'll just describe that. All of a sudden, everyone sees just a bit more of a luster in the darkened room coming from Delon, and he just says, "Great blue dragon, you're a coward."
I am no coward. I am a survivalist. I am afraid. Yes, you are foolish not to be. Afraid is the right emotional response to the black, my brother, coming here again. Do you not understand that when we had barely yet hatched, he had already pinned us beneath his claws, snarled at our throats and asserted dominance? Do you not understand that as we grew, the only one of us who could ever tussle with him, who ever could challenge him, was the Red? But even the Red could not control, could not assert dominance? Do you understand that his power was phenomenal? Don't you understand that in Kane's, the land in which all of King's Landing couldn't face his one wrath on one mighty day? Do you understand that he's ascended? He should...
He seems to close his jaw quite tight right after he says that.
Mm-hmm. I know that he is a shadow dragon. I know that he is ascended. I know all that you fear. I do not experience it personally. I have seen my lady is saddened. I have seen her hand crack ice, with a grip so tight her knuckles become red. I have seen fear before, and I have felt the touch of it, and it has scared me in ways I have not felt in any other creature. Can't find any other that's come close. But I do know this. I do know that when he attacked King's Landing, he felt the sting of the King's Glaive. I do know this. He did bleed that day.
And do
Even
you
in shadow.
know that he never forgets a slight? Do you
No.
understand that there is no Kingslave as of now? Do you understand the blade of my brother's bane is not here? And yet you believe you're so confident.
It's not confidence that continues me, your greatness. It's the necessity. We have to.
I've never
He has
understood
a
people who just say we must do this because this. It's foolhardy, foolish. The end result is improbable. A precisely 1% chance of success. Absolutely foolish to strike and find such a low chance of success. Survival in another place, perhaps another place entirely, seeking other places. This is the highest chance of survival, of success. All of Kane's can start anew. You are much like my brother, the Red, sister, the White. I do not understand why all of you feel such a need, such a feeling to stick by this place. What harm is abandoning it a little bit if we just take what's ours and whisk it away for protection, for safety? Go again to a new place, start over there. There are other places we could go instead.
Actually, Delon's actually gonna fuck it. He's actually gonna approach the blue dragon and get closer to him. I'll see if he allows him to get closer.
You're allowed to a point, and you actually, the ground in front of you is struck by a lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm. Delon keeps his standing just below. Look, okay, lines been crossed. I'm sorry what happened to you. It must have been awful. being barked orders and told what to do, not being cherished for the intelligence and the mind that you were. To have all this strength and power and not be respected the way you deserve to be. But you forget, it's not just their home, it's yours. Are you
Homes
not
can
dragon?
be built again. Dragons are good at building new homes, new troves.
Does this place hold no sentimental value for you?
I can fit all of this place in one pocket castle.
What are the chances? Say, all of the king is sacrificed. What chance would we stand then, should he find a way? Should he change his... Should magic entertain him enough for him to pursue it further? What would our chances be then?
Are you asking me what would the chances of success be if all of Cain's quit its incessant quarreling, of his quabbling, and was united under the Kingslave again?
Yes, in a manner of speaking. Compared to the ones that if we did nothing, we all ran away.
If
And he
Dennison's
found us
were
again.
to move away and let him have this realm, we have a 42% chance of survival, statistically higher than even uniting against him, which is a 33% chance. Even with the Kingslave, with a king atop your mighty King's Landing, we would have a lower chance of survival. Were you to perhaps unite the dragons as well, the chances would go up, but there's just no way we'd all play together nicely. He has a pull on us at times. You don't quite understand. It's very difficult for some of us to deny him.
I believe in you. You know why I believe in you? And Delon's actually going to point to Bub. Because he does. All throughout our journey, he's had nothing but kind words to say of you. The great blue dragon. Great blue dragon. Not once had he said anything that you couldn't do. Because you're the great blue dragon. You can do whatever you want to do. But this is your home too, damn it. You got pride. You've got strength. You've got intelligence. You are a master of storms, of lightning. You are a sorcerer at its peak. A magister of all kinds. He can never take that away from you. He doesn't like magic, they'll shove it down his throat. And while you're at it, throw fire on it when the red dragon comes in. Cast illusions around him. He is shadow. Break it. Break it with the sun. Break it with the stars in the night. You are dragonkin. You and human beings have existed on this plane since before you were even born. We belong here. And not him, not a shadow will cast us out. The King's Lane will be found. And people will be united. And it's time that your brothers and sisters do so as well. My lady desires it, and I will see through it to its end. And you deserve peace as mine. Because this is your home too. And it's time we're united. No more fear of dragon power that will go run amok. It's time, Your Grace. It's time.
See the ancient blue?
Mhm.
His tail flicks and covers up what looks like a glass orb with a cloth.
Mhm.
He looks around the room for a moment, and you see as he snaps his claws together, and the podium that has the orb covered on it disappears and seems to be sucked into something.
Mm-hmm.
If you find the Kingsglaive and a wielder for it, you can find a king. Then on my honor as the Blue Dragon, I will muster my forces. But only if you can obtain a king. If you do not
Delon
have
nods.
this, you have no truce with me.
Delon nods. Whatever happens, Blue Dragon, I do think your people. You see, I am greatly sorry for all that has transpired to you. Save your knowledge and your people. You have my respect.
Just so you know, he's stronger than all of us dragons combined now. I've
All the more
seen much
reason.
more than the others have.
Mm-hmm.
But it took me far too long to realize that he was seeing me back.
How would you suggest we combat him then?
First, find the Kingsglaive. Secondly, find a king. Thirdly, arm yourselves with divine artifacts. Have you found any yet? Have you brought me any?
I do. Well, we actually do have a gift for you. We're going to save for later, but... Bob, would you like to show him what we found?
Yeah, so he just like looks at you, Delon, and scurries about to grab the item.
When are y'all stopping talking Draconic? I want to know.
Oh, the Blue's mostly been speaking in common, even if he's
Yeah.
in dragon form.
Yeah, I haven't been seeking in dragon. This is all common.
I want Delon to diss the Blue Dragon now. I mean, not Delon, Gildas, damn it.
Once you come back with the item of significance, the Blue Dragon actually pauses, and you see the yellow, like, arcane sigils across his form glow a golden glow for a moment. They kind of like strobe, like a creature that has a luminescence, like under the sea would. In a blinding display of speed, the little stuffed bear is taken out of your hands and is wrapped very lovingly in his hands, his big old dragon hands.
Most excellent! Very rude of the Green to have taken such a artifact of scientific significance.
Indeed.
He clears his throat a little and see him put it on his workbench, and then you see his tail like adjust it again, and then like dust it off, and it stays like on his workbench.
Well, it may not be a divine artifact, but your part of the bargain is finished.
As requested.
Now then, remind me. I have many things in my head. What was I going to pay you with?
Well, you did initially give me some information, but you were quite vague. Yeah, actually, Talon will actually speak in Draconic about the Pearl Lady.
Ah, yes. Wasn't
He starts speaking in Draconic back.
Wasn't that of the payment that you got for promising to get me a divine artifact?
Unfortunately, now you understand the need for divine artifacts would be more important. So perhaps we can change the payment, or truthfully, the information you gave wasn't that, and my excitement wasn't that as fulfilling as I thought it would be. For such a
That
payment.
That would not do at all. I demand to have a divine artifact. I must study it so that I may replicate the processes. It won't do for soldiers not to be fighting with divine artifacts in small but efficient groups. No, not at all. So what would you like more of as payment for such an artifact then?
I will think on it, Your Grace. We will be staying here for quite some time, so let me deal with it at another time.
Understood. If you wish for more information on my sister, I could perhaps give you some more. You seem quite content
Thank
with it
you.
before.
In my excitement, I was, but now, while I'm watching, go back to comment. I will make sure you acquire what you get. If I find one, I will make sure to give it to you. But until then, I will consider our agreement still ongoing.
He nods and speaks to you in common again.
Excellent. Now then, about the rest of this miserable business. Where on earth have you been dragging my bub to? A temple with an evil flower? Presents where my brother is? Meetings with elves? Underwater temples?
Well, that one was his doing.
Good on you,
Yes,
bub.
we have a
Archaeology is a great pursuit.
Bub sad.
You see as he hands you a cookie, bub.
Bub's like, no! Like, no, teenage years now. The rebellion.
This bub just like stares at the cookie. Like he just can't move.
You see as like the cookie is put on a plate and like put under your nose, or then like you see it like the plate push a little into your chest, and then like it's just kind of like the plate is put on your hands. It's just like he pats you on the head.
Well, like, the one's gonna like, oh, but you're right.
So, Bub says, I've never felt this way before.
Feels bad, doesn't it? Being betrayed like that.
I know what to do, but I know what to do. I just gotta work harder to do it, but I can't make the blue dragon have courage. The blue dragon is a coward.
Nonsense! I'm a survivalist.
Coward. With all the power and knowledge you have you ever even tried to get stronger than the black dragon?
Yes! Multiple times.
Well, he doesn't even use magic. Magic makes you stronger. You just get him.
Yes, indeed it does. but he has something stronger than magic. Divinity. I have been within this very chamber performing exceedingly large amounts of experiments from dusk to dawn for the very moment of his defeat, bub. I have been studying, analyzing, and planning for his eventual wrathful return. And do you know what I have found? What you call a coward is a dragon who understands the severity of a horrible chance of success.
And if you can't do it alone, you get help. Bubba's been getting so much help.
And I am very proud of you for that, bub. You are doing something which I am not capable of. Finding help.
Bub's just like totally freaking shocked by that revelation. Bub can do something the blue dragon can't do?
Yes,
What?
you are a marvelous little kobold, bub. All of us dragons have perhaps one flaw. Only one. Mine is the inability to accept help from any and all sources.
And the second is having a weak mental, but we don't talk about that.
Do you say that? Do you like mumble that?
Yes.
No more cookies for you!
Yeah, well, the first time around you didn't even give me one until I asked. I wasn't expecting anyone.
How was I supposed to know you wanted a cookie unless you asked? All students ask good questions. But now
Bub's
you have
like
been
tilting his
forbidden from
head.
cookie privileges.
Bubba's
It's
just
just a
tilting his head and
perfect-
just like look at the black dragon like, there's something I can do that the blue dragon can't do?
That's a revelation that literally rocked his world.
Excuse me, I shouldn't even have to ask. It's like basic host responsibilities.
That's a very Ronaldian trait. I love it. It's like, just give a cookie. What's wrong with you?
You make cookies, you just give them out.
Mm-hmm.
Notably, he gave them to people who already know that they like the cookies, kind of a thing. Who've already had a
Mhm.
history with him.
Exactly. The Mundo.
But yes, bub. I am horrible at asking for help. I, as I'm sure you have noticed, am incredibly particular. I never allow anyone to assist me with my experiments, and I struggle to do so even with the ones that I no longer deem myself morally in a place to do.
Bub thinks about it and says, but that's just an excuse. It doesn't make any sense. You
No.
have us.
It is
We're the
irrational.
kobolds. We're the blue kobolds. You made us to help you. We would be willing to do anything to help you.
Yes, but there are some things even kobolds cannot do. Kobolds are excellent workers, marvelous, incredible creatures. But you are not all as fit to conquer or do certain things as would be needed in some places. This is why it is my responsibility to perform these measures myself. And if I ask for help from anyone, how can I expect them to do it correctly? How can I expect them not to be doing it with an ill intent to steal my work?
But kobolds can do things that you can't do.
Yes, kobolds can seek help. I
But that
purposely made you all to be able to ask for help when needed, so it made you better workers.
I get it. It's
But
not to
that
be
means
dreadful, it's just so
that
that
kobolds can come together and do things that you can't do.
Nonsense! Absolutely not. Well,
Now,
perhaps.
now he's fucking lying.
Yeah,
That was
so Bub's
wild.
gonna be like, but then why can't kobolds get together and
Uh-oh.
do
Uh-oh.
our own stuff together? Because we can do things that you can't do.
That is an excellent question that I actually want you to try to figure out an answer to. Bub, you are a miraculous kobold. You are smarter than most of your brethren, more capable of most of your brethren, magically adept, as well as an independent thinker. I nurtured your growth, despite noticing it at a young age. Most dragons would have considered me foolish to do so. I wanted to see what a kobold could do.
I always thought that I was a failure as a kobold.
Nonsense. You merely were. The only time you truly failed was when you failed to become a druid for a time. But you put your nose to the grindstone, and you came back a druid.
That's right. Well, that's how you solve problems.
Exactly. All experiments must be done. If an experiment is a failure, you go back to try again. Or, as perhaps the Red would say it, keep bashing your head against that brick wall until you figure out a way to break through it or go around it.
And this brick wall is a black dragon.
Well, I don't know if I would call him a brick wall, more of a massive wall of fear and entitlement, but yes, the same methodology applies.
The metaphor is apt.
All
The metaphor
strong
is-
people are entitled and think they're better than everyone. That's what I learned from the elves.
Oh yes, a lot of strong people, most very capable people, become incredibly entitled because they believe themselves to have figured out the answers to what they want. And they believe that those answers give them strength. Answers just provide more questions. This is why entitlement is stupid. Now, the
But-
only thing one should be entitled to is more knowledge. Yes.
Bub's just like looking at you like, but you insult yourself. You're calling yourself stupid. But you're the
No.
blue dragon.
I
You're
am
the
not.
smart.
I am not entitled.
I'm losing it, dude.
No.
I mean, he is a
no.
dragon, so dang, dude. Bub's just like, he's like, in one sense, he's hopeful. In another point, he's just like incredulous. Like, am I dealing with a child? Like,
Yes,
it's like an entirely new train of thought for Bub.
it does fit the actual meme of emotional damage. Like you
The
have discovered growth.
worldview.exe is being updated. Would you like to save?
We
Oh,
found
your
the
work?
first shell-shocked kobold in the entirety of Kane's history.
I would love if Snacks just passed Bub on the shoulder, like, I know this feeling all too well.
Ooh, this is
Sex
pretty
attack.
bad, though.
Yeah.
Also, curious question, Bub, but why have you brought a red kobold into our reigns?
That's Snacks. We bought him.
Marvelous! I was not aware you could buy red kobolds. Can you buy other kobolds?
Me neither, but Delon is, he's very persuasive.
Perhaps we can set up a payment of sorts where you can acquire kobolds of other kinds for me, and I will purchase them.
That's a great idea. That's the best idea you've had all day.
It is quite the marvelous idea, if I do say so myself.
But they need to be under my control.
Bub,
Delon.
do you
Delon's
understand that kobolds only listen to dragons? Examples like yourself are incredibly rare.
But kobolds and dragons can ascend. So all I have to do is ascend.
You just see him give you a befuddled look for a moment, and he raises a claw as if raising a finger, and then lowers it, then raises it, then lowers it, then raises it, then lowers it, then raises it. I had not considered that experiment. What would an ascended kobold be? worth the thought, worth looking into. Actually, Bob, look into this.
Okay, well, what is it?
Look
I
into the
want
fact of becoming
you to
ascended.
attempt to look into what would happen if a kobold ascends. Perform this experiment for me. You can be my field agent.
A field agent?
Yes,
Ooh.
one who performs experiments in the field. See, I am doing controlled experiments in the lab, but sometimes you need to do field experiments. Every once in a while, I go out and do them myself. But this is
Wait.
one that I think you can do quite well.
Well, let me see if I understand this correctly. This means that instead of being the assistant for an experiment and assisting with jobs, you want me to perform the experiments myself?
On this specific experiment, yes. I want you to experiment with what happens if a kobold were to ascend. Snacks actually, you hear Snacks' voice from in a cage with a cart with a tarp over it. One becomes a dragon! Oh yes, this does belong to you. With like a flick of his tail, the tarp is thrown off of a cage in the room, and a door opens as Snacks comes running out. Snacks killed 3 of the creatures, and didn't get to finish the other 2 jobs. I apologize. I mistook him for my brother's spy.
Talon will approach and give him pat his head. Alright, calm down. You're alright here.
You've been working for the Blue Dragon?
Yes, Snacks took down 5 bounty posters, hunted 3 creatures, before getting rudely whisked away while on hunt.
Snacks, listen to this. The Blue Dragon wants Bub to be the big dragon now.
No, that's not what I said. I said I want you to attempt to experiment with
You
what would
want
happen
me
if
to
a
be the
kobold were
one
to
who
ascend.
performs the experiments. That's the Blue Dragon's job.
No, I want you to perform one experiment.
But this is the biggest experiment. It's
No.
ascension.
There are bigger experiments. Experiments that I do myself. This is simply an experiment
No.
that I want you to do.
Bub has seen the big. What was the name? It was the Emerald Dragon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bub has seen the Ascended Emerald Dragon. It is the biggest experiment.
Yes, this is why I am entrusting you to look into what would happen if a kobold were to ascend. I already know what happens if a dragon were to ascend. So I simply wish for you to experiment with this. It does not mean you have my job. That is a very different thing.
I'm not sure I understand that completely, but.
Bub, you understand the organizational structure here, yes? We have me at the top, blue dragonborns, then managers, some of the staff, and kobolds are workers.
Yeah, but I'm not a worker anymore, so I'm not a kobold.
No, you are a kobold. That is what you are. Kobolds is what you are made of. You are a kobold. Look at your hands, look at your horns, look at your form. That is a kobold. A kobold is not simply a worker drone. A kobold is a creature created from dragons with the aid of magic.
I understand what you mean, but
Bub, you would be
what you're saying is that me being in my nature, there's like a part of me that isn't just my nature.
It is perhaps not that a kobold's nature is necessarily just that to be a worker drone. They are hard
But
workers.
that is our nature.
No,
That's
you
what we
are
were
all
made
hard
for.
workers. Your nature is to be a hard worker. And what happens to the hardest of workers? They get promotions.
Uh-huh. This is like you're speaking his language now. He's like, uh-huh.
Bub, you were promoted from a simple worker to a emissary, which is similar to one who perhaps is managing about maybe 3 kobolds. Now you will be performing an experiment in the field. So imagine you were a manager who is the manager of that manager who works over 3 kobolds, and now you manage over him, but you manage, say, 15 kobolds.
Oh, so Bub is a kobold lord.
Koblord.
Lord.
Perhaps. But with me, my position is as the head of this entire establishment. I rule over all kobolds, even you.
But if I'm a kobold lord, then how will others know that I'm a kobold lord?
That is an excellent question. He actually taps his chin a few times. Ah, badges of office. Something to signify you as one other kobolds must respect and listen to. Yes, most of the Dragonborns already have that by their innate exuberance. Some of the staff have badges or pins that dictate them as staff members that others must have. Teachers all have their teacherly robes. Bub, you need something to show that you're a kobold that is allowed to boss around some other kobolds.
Perhaps, Delon briefly says, perhaps, if I may, you use your blue scale as indicative. Why not do something akin to it? Is it not inherent? That way other kobolds know that he has been selected.
An excellent point. Instead of the mockery of a blue scale created to resemble my own, yes, I think that would do quite well. The blue dragon actually reaches onto his shoulder and plucks something from himself, and he hands it to you, Bub. The blue dragon is handing you one of his actual scales.
Okay. So I'm gonna take it.
Here you are, Bub. If anyone is to not understand that you have authority and that you are doing things that I say so, flash this scale and they'll understand. Oh, and you can of course tell the difference between this and the imitations.
Of course I can. It's so completely different. But what happens if I lose it? There's a lot of people out there who like to want to take our stuff.
Well, that simply won't do. Those who take things that do not belong to them deserve to be punished. Therefore, I believe that you should punish them and take it back. Or
Okay, but what if it's unclear whether it belongs to anyone? Then I can take it, right?
Honestly, yes, actually. However, if a proof of ownership does eventually arise, you should be willing to give it up. I can't tell you how many priceless artifacts of history and culture I've taken from places, just seeing them laying there and seen it as such a waste, and then had angry diplomats from other countries come to my tower and demand to have it back for cultural significance. Well, had I known it was of their cultural significance, I would never have taken it. So I gladly hand it over.
Blue Dragon, sir?
Yes, Bub?
What if they don't care that you're the Blue Dragon and they're kobolds and like, we don't care. We want to follow our own dragon. What do I do then? How do I make them submit to my power and my lordship?
Well, you have some ruling over blue kobolds, but doing so with kobolds that are not blue is... you do not have any authority over them. Imagine if you were to go to another place with workers, and just because you're a boss of this workers, and you are well trained to do that there, you'll decide, yes, imagine you were able to run an efficient farm. Then you decide that, yes, there's a mine over this way, I'm going to manage the mine, and you try to start telling them that because you run a good farm, you'd run a good mine. They're not going to listen to that at all.
Hey, Bob.
That's actually really relatable to his life experience.
Like, we'll call out to Bob. Bob. Kobolds are like goblin, right? So...
How dare you insinuate that?
Kobolds are completely different. They're better.
So, if you want my advice, Bob, just smack him on the head. Should work.
Schnax thinks that would be, not very efficient. Kobolds wouldn't really get it.
Big club. Well, I have my staff. I guess I could use that as a club.
Yes, just smack him around a couple of times and then.
Okay, but there's
Good
another
luck.
problem. I'm not bigger than the other kobolds. I gotta be bigger for them to respect me.
Gotta be
The bigger
juiced,
the dragon, the bigger they respect.
jacked kobold.
That's honestly true when it comes to dragons. Like, bigger and better.
Let's say, Bob, you're a druid. You can shape change. So, if they think you're not big enough, well, just change into an elk.
But I'm not a bigger kobold. That's the whole point. I'm a bigger kobold. So they have to
Yeah.
listen to me.
But your
my
kobold
God.
can turn into bigger thing. So they think that since Bob can turn into bigger thing, that Bob will turn into a bigger kobold. So they have to respect that as well. You're just being magnanimous and being small and relatable for them. So
Well.
that, you know. I actually lost my train of thoughts now.
Bigger kobold.
Right. No, like,
And
okay.
needless to say, it's currently unknown what happens when a kobold gets much, much older. After all, you know the average lifespan of a kobold.
What is it?
It's like
'Cause
10.
Bub
It's like
was-
10 years.
That 10.2 years, sir.
Precisely. Most kobolds die before that point. Not of old age, mind you. Not of starvation. Usually from a workplace accident.
Yeah, but those 10 years are like 200 years of work for like a human. I mean,
Yes, you are
They're
much
such
better
bad
workers
workers.
than humans.
that's right.
Exactly. We're literally designed to be better.
That's true. There's a problem though. I don't think I have hundreds of years before the corruption comes. So how can I get older faster?
That's an excellent point.
Oh my god. I'm just like, Delata's just like standing back with the rest of the crew, just watching this all
So-
unfold. With like a
Uh,
smile. on his face.
Eleanor, if you go back to the rest of Eleanor, actually like, she hands you like a bag, and when you look inside, there's some cookies in it.
So
just
speaking of
eating
those,
them
Bubba's
all.
still holding the cookie, but he's
Speaking
gonna
of-
like try to put the cookie in his mouth, but he actually gets some of the plate.
I don't understand.
But yeah, speaking of resident sorcerer, I'll say, well, doesn't haste technically age you faster?
That's only in second edition.
Well, I
Well,
don't know. I'm a cleric
Potentially,
of
if
the
you were to consistently use haste on one over and over and over again, you would tax their lifespan exponentially. But I don't know if I want to put Bub through that.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at Gildas like talking to Eleanor, and I'm like, wait a minute, I know a better idea. I got the idea because Gildas is here.
Uh-huh.
All I have to do is pray to Bahamut and Tiamat, and they both like me, so maybe they'll make me a bigger kobold.
I don't know if that would reap results. I could
I'm
potentially
trying.
just give you a boost of dragon magic.
You
Go
can
on,
do that?
Yes, I made all the kobolds here. Most dragons just hire a wizard. Most of them do shoddy work anyway.
What? I thought only dragons could make kobolds.
No.
Does that mean I can make kobolds too?
Not really.
Technically,
Why not?
Delane kind of checks in. Technically, anyone with magic would be able to do so in the right knowledge. Am I wrong?
You are wrong because the essence of a kobold comes from dragons. Without having the actual ingredient proper, the actual access to the resource in that way, you would never be able to create kobolds. You just create something else. All kobolds are, if you've noticed, they have colors. These is because they come directly from the life force of a dragon.
Fascinating. And
My blues were made from me. I put a bit of myself in all of them. The red kobolds were made with the red. The white kobolds made with the white. The green kobolds made with the green. The black has no kobolds.
Question then. Does a dragon have to be alive to do so?
That's a very dirty thought. No one could theoretically take them from a dead dragon.
Delon puts up his hand. Merely a question, not a suggestion.
Dude, that's such a good idea.
You'd create kobolds that would be mindlessly wandering around looking for the one that they were made from. Without one that they are made from to obey and follow, to take direction from, they would be conflicted, tormented. So if their dragon
Agreed.
were to die, they would be without purpose. And it would be you would have to have a color-coded individual similar to them to guide them through. But most dragons that are dead don't even have kobolds. Their kobolds died shortly after they did. Kobolds simply lacked a purpose and wasted away.
Aye. As I said, a question, not a suggestion.
Does this mean
Well-
Snax is right that he can become a dragon? Cause Snax is from Red Dragon? No.
I am.
Lord. Maybe. It's not known. Simply put, it's simply not known.
Kobolds can do things dragons can't do, so maybe we can become dragons.
Snax will become dragon by hunting biggest creatures. I believe that's a bit primitive way of trying. That's not how that works. Does Snax need to consume them?
That'd be base, dude.
Metal.
I don't believe consuming creatures stronger than you would make you inherently stronger.
I know, I've tried. I just have to observe them.
Alright, Dylan's like, in addition, Bob, you were saying you would, Great Blue Dragon, you were suggesting that you could imbue Bob with more draconic energy.
Yes, it would make him a little bigger. Perhaps, make him a little stronger or more useful.
Bob is very
Bob.
useful.
Exceedingly so.
Bob, do you understand what he's suggesting?
The blue dragon is gonna give me
Yes.
more power. And I will become the lord of the kobolds. And I will lord it over the other kobolds. And we will gather together and do the things that the blue dragon can't do as part of the grand experiment to see, can kobolds ascend?
Dylan's like, wow, that's actually surprisingly close. Actually, surprisingly close.
literally what
The
the-
blue
what it
dragon
is.
does not. That's close enough, actually.
Yeah,
Closer than
yeah.
I thought Bub could reach.
Mm.
Ah,
Whatever
Bub,
happened,
you are constantly surprise me.
Dylan nods and he looks at Bob.
Bob is good at paying attention, except when he isn't good at paying attention.
It's like a goldfish.
No,
Bob.
much more like a child.
Bob, whatever happens, I want you to know you've come very far. You should feel proud.
I have come very far, thank you. But I don't understand why you're saying that right now.
Because whenever you influence draconic energy or anything to anybody, believe it or me, it does change you.
Yeah, that's okay.
It will be a change for the better. Anytime dragon gets added to something else, it just makes it better.
That's right.
I've experimented with dragon magic more than enough times to tell you that.
Dylan will just pat him on the shoulder.
Cool. All right. Well, I have a new important job. Oh, and there was that other thing too.
Is Bob gonna be imbued with magic or what? Let's come on. Let's get on with it.
No, yeah, that's what I'm going for. But yeah, Bub's gonna. Let's see. We're gonna get the artifacts. We're gonna do that. And there was another thing, and I forgot. No, I mean that's part of this. But oh, right, the other thing. Well, I told him about the dragon, right? The dragon that we resurrected.
No.
Did I say I told him?
No, you did not.
What is it that you told?
You said he went to a temple.
The brass dragon.
The brass?
Oh yeah, we need to make kobolds for the brass dragon.
It was bronze, damn it.
Bronze, brass, yeah, bronze.
Well, I asked if it was bronze or brass, and he said brass, but
No, but
Bronze,
Marshall has dyslexia, so look
it
out.
was Dexia. Because bronze and brass are actually very different kinds of dragons. That's why
Yeah,
it's
it's
important to get it
bronze.
right.
Whichever one's the good one.
The bronze.
I think they're both good line, but one is like really obsessed with talking. At least traditionally.
Yeah, it's definitely the bronze. Bronze
Okay.
or brass?
The bronze dragon. That's right. Well, we helped him come back. And he needs kobolds because he's never had them.
Interesting. So that was what I felt in the Savage Lands. Simply
That's
thought
right.
it was the Pearl doing something for a moment.
Yeah, he said he wanted to meet you. But he has to protect the... What was the name of the city we were at?
Lunaria.
No.
Lunaria.
Ah, I see. Well, when he comes this way, I'll have a long conversation with him. I have many questions for him, and I'm sure he has many for me.
He's very wise. He knows a lot.
Oh yes, I
But-
imagine so. From what I've looked into, Feldar is not as he seems.
He has a name?
Yes.
Yes, he has a name.
The
Does that
name-
mean that you have a name, Blue Dragon?
Well, yes, I did choose one for myself.
What is it?
He blinks at you a moment and seems to consider.
I'm on the first name basis with the blue dragon.
that's the idea, yeah.
You suddenly, everyone sees him snap his fingers, and a magical barrier erects around him and Bub.
Oh. Okay.
Could have just teleported us back out.
No. It's too much.
That would
It's
take
too
more
bothersome
effort.
to teleport you in and out, just for a name.
Could you imagine
Barrier
if he could do
easier.
it that easily? He could just do whatever he wanted with it. That would be really bad, guys.
He can easily just teleport you all around the this tower, essentially. It's one of his lair actions, actually. He has complete
Yeah, that
like
makes sense.
teleportation dominion over his lair.
Layer action.
Bub, do not tell my name to anyone.
Okay.
Good. My name is Bartholomew.
Oh.
I liked
That's
how
a di-
magical it sounded.
It's
Bartholomew.
dignified and regal.
You see him like stand proudly, his head raised high, just smiling. Shortly after telling him the name, you see him snap his claws, and the barrier disappears again.
Now
Okay.
Do you have anything else to report, Bub?
Nothing else other than I'm gonna be gathering the druids back and telling them about the problem that's coming. Do you know where I can find some druids?
I believe there's likely one druid in each kingdom at least.
They all have their territories, but they stay there to protect it. But I have to
Yes.
find them so I can find more druids.
I do know that the Druid of King's Landing is at the college. Well, the Bard
Really?
College. Yes, at the Bard College.
At
I
the
once
Bard
masqueraded
College.
myself as a student and wandered around learning from them. Fascinatingly, I learned that the headmaster was a druid.
Really?
Yes.
Why isn't he a bard if it's a bard college? Why would a druid be the head of a bard college? Unless it's second edition where bard is derived from druid, but
Delon will actually chime in on that if the barrier is down.
Oh, it's
yeah,
down.
it's down.
Okay. Yeah, it says, I can actually explain that. I'm just gonna roll King's Landing history because I already know it, but what not? 19.
Also, you should
Damn
start.
it!
You should
Damn
start.
it!
You should start teaching history here.
A
At
19.
Honestly.
this school.
With the
Damn it,
19,
damn it.
Delon, you know that essentially the reason why a druid might be a teacher or hanging around the Bard College of King's Landing is actually due to the fact of druids' historical importance in the
Mhm.
land of Canes, and that essentially druids were some of the OG clerics and paladins of the realm before clerics and paladins were everywhere. They drew power from nature and the spirits of the realm.
Mhm.
They performed many
Uh,
miracles and many things, and they taught a lot of natural magics to the world.
Hmm. Yeah, Delon will go on with that. That's historically speaking, King's Landing. Druids have always been considered paramount and very important to the early development of many of the ages. As such, it's actually quite tradition for a druid to be head or near head of the Bard's College. It's important to keep that tradition alive and to invest in it. Not many participate in druidic knowledge nowadays, but it's considered still a high class to do so, and well respected within the King's Landing people. We gained a lot of our clerical abilities, natural magic, and healing in those early days, and it still holds a very much importance in King's Landing, though it's followed greatly out of favor. It makes perfect sense that if there's going to be a druid, it would be at the Bard's College. I was actually hoping to take you there, all of you, but now that it's brought up, I'm sure you want to go there even more so.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm gonna be very busy, but since we're here, there's some things I need to study first.
Oh, of
Right.
course.
Besides, we need to figure out where all the artifacts are.
Ah, Bub. That reminds me. For
Mhm.
now, consider your fees for entering into classes waived.
Hooray! I'm glad. I worked so hard to make all the money I have.
Yes. It would be a shame for you to lose it all in this college. Besides, you get to get benefits from this. Yes, makes sense to me. Oh, and
Hooray.
of course. You might be able to find the druid in the Land of Monsters. Though, I don't know if he's a druid per se. He's very powerful, though. Old man, wise for an orc.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
And
Oh, you mean the
Reynolds.
shamans?
Oh, no. One specific shaman. Old orc, bit wrinkly. Surprisingly strong still, despite his age. Has a lot to say. A lot more to say than most orcs. Orcs don't usually have a lot to say. Well, outside of obscenities and rars and all that. As for the one in Reynold, I'd say either check a Temple of Bahamut or perhaps wander around and find where the worms are grown. Grown and raised. The Druid of
Okay.
Nebulum is not one person, but 3. I don't know if they'll be willing to help you.
Well, if you could put some flags on our mini map real quick.
I can do that. Hold on.
That'd actually be helpful. It's like get the artifacts, find the druids, make kobolds. That's my thing.
How dare you put the worm birthing place around where I was thinking it was.
How dare you be in my head? Get out of my head, Gildas.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty, those green circles there are roughly the places of where the druids might be, essentially.
Cool.
So they kill them before they inflict you with negative levels. All 7 of them.
Gotta cast those pre-buffs that give you the immunity. That's one of the harder conditions. I don't think even I'm immune to that as an angel, which is immune to like everything basically.
Negative levels suck, and I don't know why they're not a mental effect in that game.
Because fuck you, that's why I mean.
Basically, yeah.
basically. Yeah.
Now then, is there anything else you need from me, bub?
Nope. Lay it on me, big guy. And he's just gonna
He gives you a bit of a bewildered look, and he gestures for the people in the room to take a few steps back.
I'll just get out of the room.
Get
Yeah.
out the room. Fair enough.
I will not take a chance to not witness this.
Eleanor will
Yeah.
also remain. Ophelia will remain as well. Yorm actually, when you leave Gildas, Yorm was like, "Oh, Gildas, I gotta admit, I was this close to getting a bottle of vodka. It was right in almost in my arms. Moment of weakness, almost broke our brotherly bonds. But that's why I needed to tell you."
Don't worry, Yorm. Your chair was the word.
Secret.
Oh, no. The trial is coming to an end this evening. I'll get you something nice.
You're a pal, Gildas. Real pal.
Just hang in there. Just a few more hours.
See, Yorm tighten his belt and, like, raise his shoulders. Alright, just a few more hours. I got this. As you continue, as Gildas and Yorm make their way out, Bub, you see as the rest you see as Bob is as everyone, all you take like a few steps back, the blue dragon, without much words, simply raises up, and give me one moment, change the music.
Fire my laser.
Let's see. See this one. There we go. So you all see as the ancient blue dragon's yellow markings like light up one after the other, almost like he's powering up. They get brighter and brighter as they begin to obscure your view, and he actually beats his wings as the entire room is filled with a electrical charged gust of wind. Eleanor actually has to grab your arm, Delon, to
Mhm.
not get knocked down. Ophelia is kind of like sitting against the wall, so she doesn't have to risk falling over. But she sat down before it started.
Mhm.
After beating his wings, he leans back, opens his maw, and Bub, you see as crackling blue lightning enhanced flames build in his throat, and then he just lets loose a mighty breath attack at you. It completely covers you, and all the party just see is Bub is completely consumed by the oncoming blue flames. You can't even see any trace of Bub in the flames, as they're just continuously blasted at you, Bub. Bub, with you in the flames, you feel this electrical flame just it's basically licking away at your flesh. It feels like it's not a painful licking away. It's not eradicating you. It's not destroying you, but it is seemingly moving some of your scales away, kind of like affecting you and altering you in some ways. It's not overly painful, but it's not pleasant either. It's a very curious sensation as you feel your form change and sort of alter a little bit from the blue dragon's flames. I will need you, Bub, to make me a con save.
All right. Inspiration, heroic inspiration, my dude.
Okay.
Got a D6. It's like, you could do it.
There we
20.
go.
Very nice. So, Bub, you managed to you managed to only fall to one knee while being bathed in this flame. You feel like your eyes flutter, like you're about to fall unconscious, but you're able to kind of just grit your teeth and keep conscious, not falling or being crushed under the weight of this magical breath. Um, Slowly, you begin to feel yourself become stronger, and you're able to rise back up to both feet again in the flames. And you all actually see Bub as the flames slowly begin to consolidate into what looks like a bub-like form. Um, and the blue dragon continues exhaling his electrical flames before, with another beat of his wings, uh, the flames are whisked away, revealing Bub underneath, as the blue dragon then lands and leans forwards curiously to observe you, Bub. Congratulations, Bub. You are not a dragonborn, but you are basically a kobold +2, essentially.
Hooray! Now there's 2 bubs. Da-da-da!
Double dragon.
So
Yeah,
you
you're
cut
still
those.
do you want to be classified as medium size or do you want to be small size still?
I mean,
Do I want to abuse the system or not?
being small's better. But I mean, he did say something about being a bigger kobold, but like being medium sized would be a nerf.
So small but medium.
Modular
So
size.
you want to be like the max size for small size, but not medium size.
Yeah, basically.
All right, so you're still small size kobold, technically speaking, like a small size creature, but you're at the max height for what a small size creature could probably be.
Cool. I don't know what that is. I think it's under 4 feet.
Yeah, I think it's like just barely under 4 feet, something like that. You also have a bit more muscle. You're stronger. You basically just look a bit bulkier and taller than a regular blue kobold. Your scales
Cool.
are stronger looking and more resilient, and you just kind of feel stronger as well, like both magically and physically.
Cool.
We'll describe what that does to you. We'll basically figure that out after the session or something like that.
Hooray.
Congratulations, Bub, on getting a sizable character buff from your blue dragon.
Hooray. All right, I won't let you down.
Excellent. I
It's
wish
probably
you
like the
luck
first
with
time
your
we've actually done that.
experiments, bub. Now then, if you would all be so kind, I have a lightning elemental to put into this contraption. Toodles. And you just see him turn his back to you, and all of you are teleported out of the room. You also see that the door is no longer even there.
Cool.
Eleanor, unknowingly still was holding onto your arm, kind of like, let's go.
Mhm.
Well, as abrupt as ever. Though, Bub, how are you feeling?
I feel amazing.
You certainly
Eleanor
look it.
smiles. Good. You look stronger, a bit taller, and very nice,
I'm
actually.
huge.
Ophelia was still sitting when you were teleported. She slowly stands up and dusts herself off, and walks over to Bub, and you see her give you a nod, Bub. Very good job, Bub. You have been given a mighty blessing.
Oh, thank you. The job begins now.
Yes, you must use your blessing for good. Blessings such as these are not given frivolously. You have a responsibility to use it correctly. It pleases me to have witnessed you obtain such a blessing. Hopefully, it will be the first of many.
Thank you very much. That's the idea. We'll see if I can ascend and kobolds can ascend.
It's a curious question, but perhaps it's something that can be done.
Mm.
But, Ophelia, I'm going to be sticking closer to you in case this soul fellow tries to get too familiar again. I assure you, I can handle him quite easily. Yes, but I'd rather not have us thrown out of the college for violence towards another exceptional student. Understood.
You just gotta beat them in the classroom.
Well, magical duels are not sanctioned, but well, we don't need to talk about the magical duels that happen during night classes.
Salon will approach Bub and pat him on the shoulder. So, Bub, what does it feel to be Dragonborn?
It feels amazing. I'm so big and powerful now.
Aye. Salon actually puts his hand over his head. You're just coaching almost above 4 feet.
No longer the runt of the litter. Now I am the grunt of the litter?
Bub, the grunt of the litter. That's got a ring to it.
You've been bathed in blue flame, my friend, and have been imbued upon you more draconic power, the essence of which have made you more of the you that you could be. Utilize it as best you can, and I have no doubt you will prove your success.
Okay, well, I must see how I am to the other kobolds now. And
Stacks
then I'll
walks over
grind the
to you,
skills
Bub.
I don't have. Yeah, I look at Snacks.
Snacks looks up at you a moment.
Stacks liked being taller than you.
Well, that's too bad, Bub.
No, Snacks, you're Bub.
Yes, I am Bub.
Yes. But Snacks acknowledges that you got benefit from your dragon that made you taller. So, makes sense. Snacks was just taller, but not necessarily have benefit from dragon.
Well,
Stacks
you're gonna
acknowledge.
become a dragon, so You'll be much bigger than me someday.
Oh yes. Is
Who
without
knows,
question.
though? Maybe ascended kobolds are the biggest of all.
Ascended kobold just dragon, no?
I don't think so. The blue dragon would have said so, if that were the case.
Snacks think dragons like keep secrets, so Snacks think that ascended kobold dragon until proven otherwise.
Yeah, that makes sense. Dragons do love their secrets, don't they?
Oh yes, more so than gold.
I know, I'm glad I wasn't asked about my gold.
Oh yes. Red dragon would have taken share. Blue dragon very magnanimous. Did Snacks say
That's
that
right. Yes.
Yes, you did.
Blue dragon hoards information.
Oh. Not as valuable.
Which is why I gave him information that nobody else knows. And he like does like the thing where he touches his temple a bunch of times. Like, that's the smart guy thing to do.
Snacks! Yes, exactly. See, this is why Snacks hunt things. Snacks got big arms. Snacks strong claws, tough back, and Bub knows many things. Together, Snacks and Bub create Dragonborn. Wait, if you stand on Snack's shoulder, Snacks carry you. We wear coats, and you have cloak overhead. You good talker, you know many things. We sneak in as Dragonborn?
That's an interesting idea.
Oh, but Bub would need Dragonborn code name to pretend to be one. Bub is kobold name, not Dragonborn name. Something like Dalan, the Gilarames is a big, good Dragonborn name.
Someone's like, should I take offense to that? No. It's like, I think for a moment, no, I will. I will not take offense.
That moment when the kobold's too dumb to pronounce your name correctly, but he tried.
It's like, he tried. He gave it his best shot.
All right. Well, everybody's got studying to do, so come, Snacks. We've got some studying to do.
Do Snacks have to study? Snacks would rather hunt.
But this will help you hunt magic creatures.
Snacks just kill them better with better tools. But okay.
Time to learn Arcana, finally, after 10,000 years.
Alrighty.
Do I have super advantage on anything? I might try to get super advantage.
I think you can get expertise here.
I think I already got it, though.
I think you got expertise on some things.
Yeah. Why is nature an int skill? It looks so wrong to have nature be lower than my other skills. Like survival and animal handling, which are wisdom based, like they should be.
But alrighty, with Yorm and Gildos walking off, Snacks and Bub going off, and Delon and Eleanor watching them go as Ophelia kind of stands beside them, we're going to cut off here for the session. Next time, party finishes up some studies and some last preparations in the College of Asterium, and we'll figure out what happens after that. Thank you all for tuning in. Bye-bye.